Hello and welcome to the National Ploughing Championships here at a wet and windy Ratheniska in County Laois. It's Tuesday, the first day of the Ploughing Championships, and the weather is not what we had hoped for. It's a little bit mucky and a little bit wet, but we are told that it's probably going to clear up around lunchtime today, so we're hoping for that. Please do tune in to the Agriland live stream between 12 and 4 p.m. today in association with UPMC. Throughout the 4 hours we will have politicians, people from Teagasc, we'll have farmers, people involved in online digital creation for agriculture, and please do visit us at right behind us here, stand 305 on row 18, where you can try out the tractor racing simulator to see how good you are. And for those of you here around the site who might be running low on your battery charge, come on into the Agriland stand where we can phone charge your phone for you as well. There's also a great competition for a solar installation worth €25,000 in association with Local Power Limited. Just pop into the stand here and you can enter it for free. So stay tuned over the next 4 hours to our live stream, where we'll be out and about on the ploughing site. We'll be bringing you the latest from the tillage fields and the competitors to see how they're doing. Stay tuned.
Good morning from the first day of National Ploughing Championships. I'm joined with James Sutton, head of the NPA. So James, what can spectators expect from this year's event?
Yeah, well, it's a wonderful spectacle. As you know, we have 1,700 trade stands here today, plus our competitions, our ploughing competitions start. We have 360 competitors ploughing for 26 national titles, and that starts this morning in the rain. But sure, look, these guys are well used to that anyway. So look, we're looking forward to a wonderful 3 days anyway, and maybe the sun will make an appearance at some stage, but show's on anyway at this stage.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, yeah.
So can you give us just a rundown of how the competition works and how it's spread out over the next few days?
Yeah, well, there's a variety of different competitions for different age groups and different levels of ability, I suppose. Our senior class, the main competition, and as you know, last year we hosted the World Ploughing Championships in conjunction with our national championships, and for the first time ever we crowned 2 world champions on home soil. John Whelan from Wexford in the reversible competition, and Eamon Tracy from Carlow in conventional. It was Eamon's actually 4th world title, and John has 3 world titles. So there was a wonderful occasion for us anyway. So those guys are ploughing tomorrow and Thursday. They're putting their national titles on the line, and they will have stiff competition from another probably about 16 or 17 competitors trying to wrestle that title from them anyway. So we're looking forward to that. Plus we have a lot of other competitions, right down to a novice. We've 20 young novices ploughing on Wednesday, and that's very exciting for us, because we have to keep young people coming through it in competition. Plus our underage competitions, our horse ploughing, our pedestrian tractors, our reversible ploughs. Look, as I say, there's 26 titles on the line, and they will be fiercely contested.
And for people who this may be their first national championships, what are those judges really looking for?
Yeah, well that's it. Like over the next few days, there will be, as I say, champions trying to hold on to their titles. There will be guys maybe won a title maybe 20 years ago trying to get another one, and there will be some young people turning up, and on the first occasion one of them is going to win a national title. But what the judges are looking for, each competitor will get a plot. It could be 14, 15 metres wide by maybe 60, 70 metres long. He's 3 hours 20 minutes to plough that. What the judges are looking for, that all every part of that plot is ploughed, that all trash, weeds, stubble is buried, and that the ploughman turns up fresh soil for the next year's seed bed, and the plot must be level. The sods that he turns must be uniform, same width, same depth, same shape, the full length of the plot. Like a corduroy trousers for all intents and purposes, you know. But we have some very, very skilled ploughmen, and that's no problem to them. But for the younger lads, they're learning the trade anyway, and it's an exciting time for them.
Thank you so much, James, and I hope the weather does hold off for the rest of the week.
Hopefully, fingers crossed anyway. But sure, look, we'll plough on anyway, no matter what happens. Thank you very much.
No problem, thank you.
That's good, thank you.
I'm now
are joined by Moss Tramp down on the ploughing fields, but not just normal ploughing fields, we have horses here, don't we, Moss? So
that's right, yeah. Well, the horses standing behind us here now are not my own, they're Delaney's, like, but my ones will be up here shortly. It is just that this morning, the field where we're coming in with the truck, it's a bit too wet to bring it close to where we're ploughing. So we have to get the stuff brought to the plot rather than we bring in the truck with the plot, you know.
So how did you get involved with ploughing with horses?
Oh, I started when I was about 9 years of age. We used to work horses and we young fellas, you know, in cutting hay and all that. And we did a bit of ploughing that time, and we went away out of horses in about 70s, the 70s. We went out of horses and we went with tractors, and then in the mid-90s, 1994, we went back into horse ploughing. I was bringing an old man up that used to do the ploughing for Kerry here, and he kept after me until I get me going. So eventually I started, and I'm at it since then now. Like, again, I've my nephew Jonathan there. He was ploughing last year. He was second in the under 40s last year, and I've coached a lot of people in Ireland and everywhere I could, and the more people I could get going while I'm able, the better, you know.
And how many years have you been attending the National Ploughing Championships?
Ploughing here, I suppose I must be born to 20 years, you know. Again, you know, I've been attending it with possibly 40 years, you know, but like, again, ploughing, I'd say about 20 odd years, I'd say, more. Like, again, I can't give you a date, you know, but it is a long period of time. And like everything, I injured my shoulder there back a few years ago, and it's coming against me, and I don't know, am I going to have to give up? Simple as that. And there's one thing I did like and love doing, but when you're not able, it's a thing that's making it hard on you, you know.
A bit more about your horses.
Yes.
So do you break them yourselves, or what's the training process?
All my horses that we started with back in the old days, we had old type Irish draft, the heavy old type draft horse. And then when we went out of horses, I got loans of, they call them the Jarvis and Killarney. They kept the people around the scenic routes, but they weren't used to pulling loads. You know, they were good horses for their job, but they didn't pull weight, you know. And we got a couple of years we had them, and they were not really good enough, you know. And then I went away to France and bought, well, actually, a friend of mine in England, Tom Sampson, down in Hampshire, Ratheniska, Tom, he had Pearson horses, and I looked at them and they were a fine horse, and I said, they reminded me of my old type Irish draft type, you know. So I went out to France and I bought 2 mares that time, and I put them in foal and brought them in, and we trained them then, and we worked them for a number of years. And what actually happened was then we had foals off them, and one of the mares, lightning struck the ground close to her and actually killed her, you know. So again, and the other one got too old for working, so I bought in geldings, and one of them was an excellent horse. We have him still working. He'll be here soon. And the other one, he was very bad tempered, so we got rid of him and we bought another one. Then the last one I bought, he's 8 years old now. He was a 2-year-old when I bought him in from France, and we trained him and broke him and working him. You'll see him working here in the next hour, you know.
And what are judges looking for today?
The judges are always looking for a good straight work, like, you know, and they're looking for, there's different marks, you see, for everything you do. Like, there is pack, firmness, weed control, straightness, appearance. Like, there is about 10 different things. I can't tell you, even I looked at the score sheets a lot of times, but I can't tell you off my head which is which. But judges, even I'm in the judging panel myself, what they're looking for is good work, like, you know, and there is excellent lads here. Every one of them are good that's here, even that they're only, and some of them are under 40s and some of them are near 40, and like everything, there's some of these boys here are better than myself, you know what I mean. And
And are you competing over the next 3 days? Or?
Jonathan's working here today, and I'm coaching him, and I'll be ploughing tomorrow, and hopefully Thursday if I'm able. That's as simple as that.
Well, best of luck for the upcoming week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, no problem.
Cheers.
Hello and welcome to the live stage here at the Agriland Pavilion at the National Ploughing Championships in Ratheniska in County Laois. It's a bit wet outside, so if you're watching us on the live stream on your phone or on the ploughing site, be sure and come down to us here at stand 305 row 18. We have a roof on the building so you can stay dry for a little while as you listen to our discussion between the presidents of many of our big farm organisations in this country. I'm joined on our panel discussion today by President of the Irish Cattle and Sheep Farmers Association, Dermot Kelleher, Tim Cullinan, President of the Irish Farmers Association, and Pat McCormick, President of the Irish Creamery Milk Suppliers Association. Thanks for joining me on our first live panel discussion today on the live stream in association with UPMC. First, Tim Cullinan, I'll go to you. The IFA recently held protests at various political think-ins and around the country over a number of issues. There was nitrates, late payments, even the sheep sector. What, if anything, do you think these protests achieved?
Yeah, I suppose, look, obviously it's been a very difficult and challenging year for farmers, first of all. We've seen, obviously, the weather, number one, dealing with the weather, and obviously the reduction in the price of milk in particular, and I suppose the livestock sector, the schemes that the Minister's coming up with, and the complexity around those schemes, and I suppose the value in them as well, and the sheep sector, like consistently for the last 12 months, we've been explaining to the Minister, last year we've seen a margin of €7 per ewe for the sheep sector, totally not good enough. You look at forestry, you look at tillage, concerns around all of those. So I suppose the two key areas at the moment, number one of the main reasons we're out there obviously is the delay in the payments coming out to farmers this year. Like no other sector in society would put up with having to wait an extra month for their salary. And this is farmers' salary this time of the year. The ANC should be out this week. It's not out. It won't be out for another month. And the first base is due out in a number of weeks as well. That's not going to happen either. And the department, I'm hearing that our IT systems are not up and ready to do this. Like, we were one of the first countries to have our CAP strategic plan returned to Brussels for approval. So our department has, since the 1st of January this year to now, to get the system up and running. But I suppose the other concern, obviously, is the nitrates derogation. And you asked me what did we achieve last week. But I suppose on Monday we had a meeting with the Taoiseach and the Minister for Agriculture in the Horse and Jockey in Thurles. We achieved very little there. All we got from the Taoiseach was he would reflect on the situation about continuing with the derogation as it is. And on Friday we had a meeting with the Taoiseach, and he committed to understanding how serious the situation it was. We had a young farmer in the room, and she explained to him her concern: 200 cows. This would mean losing 27 cows, or sales of anything up to 60,000 per year, or a farmer with 48 cows going down to 42, and obviously a loss of sales there as well. So the Taoiseach committed to writing to Commissioner Serkefish, who is the Commissioner in Europe, the Commissioner for Environment, with a view to bringing, our request was that this Commissioner would come to Ireland with his officials to explain to him what we as farmers are doing. And as we know, farmers have taken on in excess of 30 measures since 2018 in derogation. We've worked around emissions and all of that. But what has happened, I'd have to say, what has happened in the last 48 hours is nothing short of pandering by our Minister, number one. Like, the Taoiseach agreed to do this. Now our Minister was actually in Brussels yesterday. I was in Brussels myself as well yesterday. And our Minister is out in Brussels saying we cannot continue with the derogation as it is. I personally, on the fringes of another meeting that I was attending yesterday, met with the Commissioner in Brussels yesterday, and he was very clear that we can do this without slaughtering animals, number one. He understands. I explained to him the concern of the farmers here in Ireland. He gets that, and he is awaiting the invitation from our Taoiseach to come to Ireland. So that's what we achieved from the protest last week.
Well, I will go to the nitrates in just a moment, but in terms of the late payments, for example, the IFA has been boycotting the Farmers Chartered meetings because of that. Are you now going to re-engage with those meetings as an organisation?
Look, we made all those points with the Taoiseach and the Taoiseach last week. We still haven't, to be honest, we haven't seen any movement on the payments to date. And so we were still, only half an hour ago, our people over in the stand were trying to convince the Minister he needs to get this money out and get, in particular around the ANC, there was absolutely no change in that scheme whatsoever.
Pat McCormack from the ICMSA, the nitrates issue is one that particularly affects your membership. Are farmers prepared to make these changes quite soon now?
Well, you see, you can't be prepared. No farmer could be prepared for these changes. Obviously, we only got the NMP statement out in the last number of weeks. I suppose if you go back on this, in March 2022, the department agreed with the Commission in Europe about a review based on water quality results in August 2023, but those water quality tests would have been carried out in August 2022. So that's the challenge. We needed a further 12 months. There's a lot of family farm models out there that are going to be, their viability is going to be undermined as a result of this. Tim gave the example of the guy with 48 cows going to 42. Like, that's a huge impact for somebody who's trying to send a kid to school or to college in the family farm model, and that is the most sustainable model that's out there, But
the criteria is the criteria. If the water quality is not up to scratch,
well,
they're trying to protect water quality as well.
The difficulty here, Stella, is certainly, and it's in all our interest, that the water quality improves over a period of time and that we meet our emission target of 25%. While they're two separate targets, they're both together. The trend in water quality since 2012 had been challenging. Now, for the first time ever in 2022, we saw a stabilisation of water quality results on the back of a change in practice on farm, predominantly driven by the war in the Ukraine, it's fair to say, and the rollout of low emission slurry spreaders and the reduced fertiliser. Now, the scientists tell us, and I'm only a farmer, the scientists tell us that the period of time between the change in practice and water quality results will take between 20 and 30 months. Now, we saw stabilisation in a 6-month period. So I do believe that the measures that we've taken will deliver improved water quality in the years ahead. And, that's where farmers and farm families and those 3,500 approximately farmers who were affected by this change in derogation rules can feel particularly aggrieved. That while they do all the right things and the things that they're told to do, the things that will deliver results, they haven't been afforded the opportunity to prove that they will deliver.
Well, the Agriculture Minister would say that there is, they're not for turning in the European Commission at the minute. Obviously, Tim has mentioned there that the Taoiseach is saying something different. I don't know whether it's a bit of politics going on here with locals and European elections in the offing, but if it's not going to change, dairy farmers won't have a choice.
And that's where the challenge is. I haven't met the man that makes more land. It's going to put pressure on all farmers as regards the land rental market. And, I suppose this time last year there was a degree of unrealism out there in the prices that were paid. Unfortunately, Tim alluded to it, we've seen 25 cents a litre come off the price of milk. At now below the cost of production. We've seen beef prices come back, and we've seen the tillage sector suffer a nightmare of a year from an economic perspective. So one would imagine that won't stimulate the market, and that there'll be common sense in the marketplace. The alternative is to contract rear younger stock. It doesn't suit everybody. Cut back the national herd. And this is a critical issue because there's an animal welfare issue here. If we cut back the national herd overnight, it's going to undermine the beef industry and the beef prices, and we don't want to see that happen. There's a lot of animals out there now that are 3, 4, 5 months in calf. Are they to be slaughtered? Is this what the European Union want? And I suppose, if you were an affected farmer, the one thing you'd be hoping for is that they'd at least
be a further 12-month lead-in period.
Dermot Kelleher, Pat mentioned there obviously milk price and beef price, but sheep price is another area that has been up and down this year really, and the ICSA in particular has been constantly calling for extra supports for sheep. Nothing too positive in the offing at the minute in terms of supporting the sheep sector.
Not at the moment, no, but like this €12 a year in the cap is the riser figure. Most people lambing yours are rock at a loss. And finishing beef next winter could be a mug's game because there's no guarantee. And like the sucking game is roughly, could be either way, I don't know. So the dry stock sector are under massive pressure everywhere you look. And like to me, it seems that as for the derogation, the biggest problem with us is that people, if the derogation isn't something to do with it, any dry stock man that's running deep in the ground, be blown out of the water now by dairy farmers. They'll have to get land for their derogation. But it seems to me that the 7 or 8 or 10,000 farmers in derogation seem to be more important than the other 100,000 farmers that we try to represent, the dry stock farmers.
Well, I suppose every sector is fighting for itself, Dermot, at the minute. Like, I mean, the dairy sector are suffering with milk price, the sheep sector are suffering with lack of supports, I suppose, and it not being maybe a more viable revenue stream for future farming. A lot of beef farmers and a lot of sheep farmers have gone part-time now. But do you envisage any sort of extra support coming, for example, in Budget 2024? Like, I mean, I know ICSA has previously been trying to get bar funding and it's more or less been ruled out. Is there any other way that there could be extra supports to keep sheep farming as a viable future option?
It's strange how bar funding could be used for the genomic testing, but it can't be used for sheep. And no one ever explained to me what is the difference. You know what I mean? You're going to use it for one thing, but you can't use it for something else. And I believe is that unless something is done, because there's big parts of this country, down the Western Seaboard, that's not fit for dairying maybe.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of small rural communities that the suckling cows and the sheep are keeping the communities alive. And if something isn't done soon, this thing is not going to, it won't last. Young fellas not going to walk for nothing anymore. It doesn't make sense that you would walk lambing sheep or calving cows and you know that you probably won't make a bob before the year is out. It's not going to last unless something is done.
Tim, I'll go back to you. Something I suppose Dermot was mentioning there, and the farmers in derogation are probably the ones that are most topical at the minute, but the sheep farmers have always been the same. They're up and down, they're fighting for a living. You have the beef farmers trying to get a better price for beef. It's been up and down, not so bad, I suppose, in recent weeks. But is there a bit of a disconnect between the sectors in agriculture in Ireland? I mean, is it maybe more of a time now that the sectors have to kind of come together, that the farm orgs nearly have to come together and speak with one voice for agriculture in Ireland when it's going to a bigger platform such as Europe, because being disjointed seems to be working against us. And then with the way things are going, like Pat mentioned there, you know, if you're going to be contract rearing or if you have to go more land, maybe dairy needs to be working more with tillage, for example. We can't push out the sheep farmers at the expense of dairy farmers who need the land. You know, what can we do here in this regard?
Yeah, look, first of all, on Dermot's point, absolutely, in fairness to Dermot, and his people have been pushing for an increased payment for sheep farmers on the OO payment. We've been doing the same, and I suppose the one common denominator here around the nitrate derogation is the availability of land. As we all know, there's a huge pressure on that resource. So if you look at, the Minister has a grand plan to increase the tillage sector, grow the forestry sector, increase the amount of land that a farmer will require if he wants to continue dairy farming. But I think we need to look at this in the round, and absolutely it's very important that we can work together on this. But if we look at this, I'm going to ask the question here, like, what is really going on here? We know there's people inside in the current government would love to see a reduction in cow numbers. Let's call a spade and be clear here. That's what it's been.
Well, are you saying that's driven by the Green Party?
Yeah, I do. And I would beg the question.
Well, just to play devil's advocate, Eamon Ryan would say that he's not looking for a cull in the national herd. He said he's just trying to reduce emissions, and there's ways of doing that without
But who is our minister listening to here? Like, I think what we have seen played out over the last number of days is an absolute disgrace. Like, we have a minister that was over in Brussels yesterday advocating for a reduction in this, and this is going to lead to...
Are you referring to Charlie McConnell?
Charlie McConnell,
Yeah.
I am, yes, I am. And I beg the question, what is the agenda here at the back of this? Because I think Pat has pointed out very clearly there the work that farmers have done and are willing to do into the future. And if we look at it, fertiliser use reduced last year by 15%. And my understanding is this current year it has reduced a further 15%. So that to me is definitely going to lead to an improvement in water quality. Farmers have taken a lot of responsibility, taken on the low emission slurry spreading, getting the slurry out at different times of the year on more of the land. And what we're saying here is we put a proposal to this minister, to the commission, to merge the two figures together, that the 250 and the 225 are of inorganic fertiliser. Merge those two figures together. That means then, if a farmer wants to continue with 250, can do so, will have the choice and use less inorganic or chemical fertiliser. So from our point of view, we've put a very clear, straightforward proposal to this minister. He is not delivering the message for us, and that's why I'm so frustrated. I'm so frustrated, and that's why we didn't take it lightly to be standing outside the Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael think-ins last week. We had no choice. This minister has not been listening to farmers, and until he comes back in and understands where Dermot is with the sheep sector, where we are with the dairy and the beef sector, and because all of this around this derogation is going to impact on every farmer in this country if we don't get a resolution to it.
Pat, I suppose Tim's approach is different to your approach. Tim is like, better out than in and protest and make loud noise, and hopefully that'll bring change. Ye go inside the doors and ye talk and ye try and see can ye affect change in that way. What do you think? Do you agree with Tim that there's something going on here, that maybe there's a particular agenda heading in a certain direction towards agriculture in this country?
Well, look, let's be very clear. When we did go in, obviously there was two predominant issues. There was payment dates and there was the 250 to 220. On the payment dates, we got a commitment from the Minister and his officials, that 2024 and beyond, that we'd return to the traditional dates of today and indeed mid-October. And we left them on no uncertain terms that those farmers that were approved in 2023 for payment should be paid on the traditional date. I suppose we've seen both the Minister for Agriculture and indeed the three political party leaders talk about not having a compulsory cull of the national herd. Now, I was involved in the Dairy Vision Group, and we gave an awful long time talking about a voluntary cull. The day for that is coming very, very soon, and that's budget day. McConnell either delivers on behalf of agriculture an independent fund on budget day, or he doesn't.
So are we talking about a political call here then?
Well, I suppose that'll be up to the electorate around the country, with local, European and general elections possibly between here and this time 12 months. But as we all know, politicians are elected on a localised basis, and that can provide, I suppose, a fractious stall. But certainly there are challenges out there.
Well, finally, we're running out of time here, but speaking on the topic of elections, the three of you are coming to the end, we'd say in the next number of months, of your terms in your particular positions. Dermot, can I go over to you, and as president of the ICSA, now, there's plenty that will criticise someone who's at the top of a farm organisation that they didn't do this or they didn't do that. But what do you see in your tenure so far as one of the most prominent or biggest, we'll say, achievements that you've secured in your tenure so far?
I suppose the biggest thing we've represented a lot of farmers, and we've maybe helped into different sector schemes and things. But there's a lot of things. Farmers are being hit and kicked and blamed for a lot of things, I think very unfairly. One of the reports done by the EPA last year, on a county-by-county basis, the cleanest county for water was Cork, where all the animals are. And the worst water quality was under Dublin, high density population. But no one will talk about that. And I mean, I'm living on the bank of the Lee.
Yeah.
There's about 5 different villages being pumped Ross through sewerage into the Lee. But they look at my 2 cows. I mean, there's an awful lot to be on. Like, farmers are a great scapegoat. We can blame them for everything because, you know what I mean? But
Well,
I mean,
are you
what's
saying the
happening-
politicians are using them as a scapegoat?
Yes, I actually
Or
believe.
who are you saying? Are you saying
You take-
politicians, environmental agencies, who?
Yeah, you take this hype about the National Health. The National Health was 7.4 million 50 years ago. And the graph hasn't moved. 1% up or down. It's just the same. The demographics of the health has changed. But the health hasn't grown.
But we have global warming. The temperature is climbing. And we have to reduce our emissions
Yeah,
some
but
way.
I mean, look, in the 50 years, in the last 40 years, I have the same amount of cattle on my land. But in that 40 years, the world population has gone over to doubled. The amount of airplanes has gone thousands of %. And now everyone wants a free car and a free holiday, and they want a laptop and they want Wi-Fi. But it's my 4 cows at the causeway. The bloody cows are there for the last 50 years.
Yeah.
That's the scapegoating I'm talking about.
Yeah. Tim, the same to you. As I said, you're a fair man to face criticism. What would you say over your tenure as president of IFA you've achieved?
Yeah, I suppose, first of all, I'd like to say it's a privilege and an honour to lead 72,000 farmers for a 4-year period. And I suppose, I've been involved in a lot over the last 4 years, from the Brussels point of view. I think, during COVID, being able to get over there to Brussels and negotiate and hold back on convergence, hold back on the eco schemes to a lower level than the Minister was going with 100% convergence, and we managed to hold him at 85% at that time. Look, that was dedication, hard work, and that's what we're elected to do. And I suppose, look, over the entire 4 years, again, the schemes and trying to get as much funding there as well for farmers as we can. But look, we're not finished yet. Neither of the 3 of us are finished here yet. And what I want to finally say here, and I'm going to call on the Minister again, stop using farmers as pawns. Get away from this political chamber we're in today and come out and support his Taoiseach and get this Commissioner over here, that we can resolve what every farmer in this room is worried about, their future going forward, to ensure we can continue with this derogation until the end of this action programme. That's what I want to see happening. And we're not finished yet. I'll be continuing with this campaign as long as it takes to ensure the Minister does that. And we have a budget coming up again, you're right, Budget 2024. And we have put a lot of credible proposals in there as well. And obviously we want the Minister to deliver on those proposals as well.
Pat McCormick from ICMSA, you'll be hanging up your presidential boots in a couple of short months, and you've presided, I suppose, during a time of record milk prices and record threats to the dairy industry, I suppose you could nearly say. So it's been an up and down story for your tenure.
Well, my tenure, I suppose, is that bit longer in that I had 6 years as president,
Yeah.
6 years as deputy president, and 2 years as dairy chairman before that. So if you go back to December 2009, when I was first elected there, it's like a game of 2 halves. Coming up to 2015, we had the lead into the abolition of quotas, and we had Minister Smith and then Minister Coveney and then Minister Creed, and it was all about what we could do for the national economy and increase exports. In the last number of years, the wind is very much in our face. But look, I've been involved in many great days and debates and challenges. I was in at the table representing dairy farmers in the beef talks at the time, when we got 3 and 4+ bonuses that wasn't there in the past. We got a dairy calf to beef scheme. Obviously, we saw milk prices hit a record high in 2022. Yeah. But I suppose, to condemn myself, you can stay in politics a year too long. It's not any of the individuals here. We have to deal with it. Whoever will follow us, and indeed to my 2 colleagues, you always have to deal with the deck of cards that's there, lobby on behalf of farmers, whether it's cap reform or whatever the case is. And now it's very much an environmental issue. And you have to play the cards to the best of your ability and your team's ability, because any of us, we only lead teams. And fortunate to have good team of spokespeople around you. But I suppose the national broadcaster hasn't helped us either, and that's been hugely challenging. There's a very different tang there now towards agriculture than what was in the run up to the abolition of quotas. When we had the celebration, we went from being the saviour to the demon.
Well, I suppose it's about education too, and having someone in situ. I mean, the likes of Agriland, for example, and other agri-media, we have the expertise in that, but maybe it's about just getting that expertise across to more mainstream media so that they can understand. I think COVID was a good indication of the importance of food production in this country, particularly. Like, there was no difference during COVID for farming and for farmer or agri-business. 365 days a year, farmers kept going, trying to milk cows or feed cattle, you know. So I think that maybe brought it a little bit more into mainstream minds, and we hope that that continues. We'll certainly do our part in Agriland to try and push that message across as well. Unfortunately, I'm running out of time. I'd keep them here if I could, but they have their own tents as well to meet people in. So thank you very much for joining us. Pat McCormick from ICMSA, Tim Cullinan from the IFA, and Dermot Keller from ICSA. Thank you for joining us on our panel discussion here at the Agriland Pavilion. We'll head back out now to the ploughing site.
We're down in New Ross in Wexford and are joined with John Whelan, the current reversible ploughing world champion, to catch up with him ahead of the National Ploughing Championships next week. So John, being reigning world champion, what do you think people should be, expecting from this year's ploughing with the conditions?
Yeah, well, I suppose the conditions, as we know, are going to be a lot softer. We've had a pretty heavy rain during July. And as everyone knows, we had a tough harvest, so rain all the time. So ground conditions are going to be a good bit softer, and that actually leads to very good ploughing. The land is a bit softer, and it makes it a lot easier for us to plough.
How did you get into competitive ploughing?
Most competitive ploughing people is kind of comes from their family. Their father done it or grandfather. I was a bit different. Nobody from the immediate family did it, and it's a very strong ploughing area. There's good local ploughing matches in this area. Went to the local ploughing matches, got interested in it, said I'd try it again. Then there was always something in the distance to aim for. I'd like, if I could win a match, that was a great achievement. Then if I could qualify at Wexford was an achievement. Then if I could win an All-Ireland was an achievement. And sure, then if I could win a world, that would be a great achievement. And one thing led to another, and this is where ploughing has led me.
Now, your competitive ploughing season isn't ending after the National Championships, is it? You're heading off to where?
Yeah, well, the day after the National is over, the tractor has been loaded on a lorry heading off to Latvia, out beside Russia. So that'll be an interesting trip. We're competing in the World Ploughing Championships, myself and Eamon Tracy and Carlo. I'm reversible and he's conventional. So we're both going back. We both won world titles in our respective classes here in Ireland last year, going back to Latvia to defend those world titles. And you never know what happens. When you're competing, things can go right or things can go wrong. But I suppose the main thing is to make whoever's competing against earn it.
PJ, how many times have you competed at the National Ploughing Championships?
Oh God, since I was 17, so about 6 or 7 years now, so I have, yeah.
And how did you get involved?
Well, sure, my brother was ploughing. He won a couple of 128s and 121s and just kind of followed on from there. And my sister was Queen of the Plough there in 2006, so we kind of in the family, really. So that's the way we got involved in it anyway.
And why do you think young people should get involved in the ploughing?
It's great to get into the side, and you know where everything comes from, root crops and everything. It's great for ploughing that way, That's where it all comes from, turn the side to get it to come,
What makes the National Ploughing Championships so?
People love to grow it. It draws a great crowd, and it's great to get out once every year to show how good ploughing skills Ireland have,
How have you prepared for this year's National Champs?
Well, sure, last few days we've been practicing there, and whenever the weather's fine we can get out there before. That's the mainly thing we can do, and just hope for the best. That's all we can do.
And with the wet weather, have you had to kind of make any alterations to the plough or your, game plan?
Sure, just we know we're kind of at the points of the plough we're kind of having. We're not too much flesh on, and we're just kind of going to go with to keep a bit of pressure on the wheels, and that's all we can do, really. Hope for the best, really. That's all you can do.
With the changeable weather recently, has that changed your plans for this year's Ploughing Championships?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I suppose if you go back even to a week ago, we would have, of a normal year, we would have been doing some preparation, but last week was probably the best week we've got this summer, well, since June anyway. And we had a lot of work to catch up on the farm. We had some harvest to do, we had silage to cut, crops to get in, so that delayed our practice, the start of practice. But then we got a lot of work. We weren't too concerned about that. But then this week, when we got practicing, yesterday was just a horrendous day of rain. We couldn't actually go out in the field. So that has kind of put us back a bit today, all right, with just a little bit of pressure on, yeah.
And being reigning world and national champion, do you feel a bit of extra pressure on you for this coming week?
Yeah, sure, look, of course there is pressure.
Why does the National Ploughing Championship stand out as a special competition?
Look, it's for a number of reasons. I suppose, look, ploughing is probably the strongest country in the world. When it comes to ploughing, Ireland is the strongest country. We probably have more competitors than any other country in the world.
Do you have any tips for people who this may be their first national championships?
Someone going to their first national, look at, I suppose, prepare, you know what I mean? Like I always quote Roy Keane said one time, you know, fail to prepare, prepare to fail. You know, it's a great saying, you know. Just prepare well, have all your equipment good, have your practice done, and you know, look at, if you, as I always say to young competitors, if you do your best on the day, if it's not good enough, well and good, you done your best. And look, there'll be other years to come. They're young competitors, and hopefully their day will come.
So we're here at the Dairymaster tent now with John.
Hi Brian, yes, you're very welcome here. So we're delighted to be here the first day of the Ploughing Championships 2023. So my name is John Daly, I'm Head of Research and Innovation with Dairymaster. So we're an Irish manufacturer of dairy equipment, dairy automation equipment. We're based in Kerry. Our products include milking parlour systems, equipment for feeding, milk cooling and slurry handling, as well as health and fertility monitoring, all backed up by modern dairy farm management software.
Yeah. And I suppose, so it's the first day of ploughing, it's a little bit wet outside. What can people find inside the Dairymaster tent? So
we're delighted this year, we're bringing a number of new innovations to the ploughing this year. And so we have our Swift Flow personalised milking, we have our Robo Spray behind me here, and we have our DM3X Plus new rotary parlour system.
Yeah, and I suppose, like, these technologies now, so the heat sprayer we'll start with, it's obviously for a rotary system. Is this if you're building a parlour, or can you retrofit it into an existing rotary if you have one?
So the Robo Spray is designed for both new and existing installations. It can be retrofitted.
Yeah.
And the real key part of that, from our point of view, is that it's fully integrated into the parlour. So it's integrated and based on our DairyView 360 platform, which basically means that, for example, when a cow is not being milked out properly, or the operator wants to retain that cow to keep her on the platform for an inspection, the Robo Sprayer will skip that cow. When she comes around to the cups on position again, the teats are clean and dry for easy inspection, and to reattach the cluster if that's required.
Okay. And then in terms of the DM3X Plus, so it's a new rotary system. So what kind of market is this kind of parlour target at?
The DM3X Plus is really focused on the very large herds, high usage parlours. So typical of this would be herds with, you know, a number of thousands of cows, milking the cows 3 or 4 times per day. Really key part for these types of farms is continuous milking, no downtime. They don't really have time for maintenance or unscheduled stoppages. So we've put a real focus on the redundancy, the reliability. It's a robust stainless steel construction. It's based on our patented rotor glide system. You can see with the low profile bale, we're focused on making it easy for cow flow, so the cows can easily get on and get off the platform. It's really easy for cow comfort point of view. And then you can see the smart switch here. So from the operator's point of view, real quick feedback, push button operation, very simple, visual feedback. but yet all the data has been captured and then it's been presented on our DairyView 360 platform, both beside the operator on our DM Live View and also in the farm office or remotely.
Yeah. And I suppose, so this is probably more of an international product. Probably not too many herds in the country here are going to be.
Yeah, there will be some interest in Ireland and in the home markets for that. But it very definitely is much more of an international, even outside of Europe, would be very definitely focused for this product.
And then in terms of the animal health products, then obviously you already have a number of animal health products. But how important is that becoming part of your sales portfolio? Obviously, it's a massive focus now in a lot of farms. We see within breeding decisions in farms, farmers have a big focus on breeding healthier cows. But breeding healthier cows also means getting sick cows earlier or getting to treatment earlier.
Yeah, and look, we've been dealing with that for a good few years with our Moo Monitor system for fertility and behaviour and health monitoring. But we've really taken that to a new level now with our DairyView 360 platform. And that's a complete herd management platform for both the equipment and the animal. So it combines the milk productivity data and the health and fertility monitoring, so the farmer can really see how each individual cow is performing. And tied in with that then with the DairyView 360 platform, we have the SwiftFlow personalised milking. And that's really allowing the farmer to focus in on the cow as an individual. So we can tailor the milking settings, and we call it individual milking for individual cows. So we can basically maximise the animal welfare by making sure that we're targeting the milking settings for each cow, depending on her age, her stage of lactation, the milk flow rate. It allows the farmer to very quickly on this, you can see there behind me, on the DairyView 360 app, the farmer can very quickly view things like bimodal flow, letdown times, yield deviations, and the farmer can also quickly select which group that cow should be in terms of what are the milking settings that are appropriate for that cow.
So I suppose there's a big focus on technology really. It's all, obviously we hear a lot about kind of farms are bigger now, a lot of more cows, more management required, and technology makes that a little bit easier.
Yeah.
So I suppose a lot of these products you focus on are technology and improving technology on farms.
Yeah, look, we're still combining the equipment, but really putting the technology and the analytics, data analytics in there. So we're using artificial intelligence to really see how we can maximise the productivity on the farm, maximise the animal welfare, and really help the farmer to make better management decisions and give the farmer actionable insights into what's happening on the farm.
And in terms of, say, the Irish market here, what are the kind of trends we're seeing in terms of parlour sales or parlour installations or your sales and technology? What are dairy farmers or farmers looking for?
Yeah, look, there's no doubt that over the last year it's been very challenging, very uncertain time for dairy farmers, but we still see farmers looking to invest and looking to upgrade their farms and improve. I suppose the expansion phase of the Irish dairy industry is probably fairly well done now at this stage. But farmers are still looking to upgrade and improve what the equipment that they're working with, reduce the time in the parlour, reduce the time the cows are standing in collecting yard, and a lot of focus on the animal welfare side and how to do more with less, so maximise the productivity from the cows and from the herd, and get more targeted feed. So for example, our feed to yield system, making sure that the feed that's been added on the farm or given to the cows in the parlour, that you're getting more of a benefit for that in terms of milk production, and ultimately by having better animal welfare and better control of the animal welfare, that you maximise the longevity of the cows by making sure that the cows, if they're sick, you catch that sooner, and all of that all combines from a sustainability point of view. Having the cows in the herd for longer helps with the carbon footprint of the milk produced on the farm and with the overall sustainability of the farm.
Yeah.
Just couldn't find her. Welcome back to the Agriland stand here at the National Ploughing Championships in Ratheniska in County Laois, and welcome to our live stream in association with UPMC. On our lovely couch today, on our artificial grass, we have John Joe Fitzgerald from the INHFA and, of course, President of MACRA, Elaine Houlihan. Thank you for joining us today. We're going to cover a few topics during our discussion today. First, John Joe, I might go to you. Starting off with the budget. The budget is going to be announced in a few weeks. Has the INHFA lobbied the Minister, lobbied the civil servants, or what do you expect to get out of this particular budget?
We've done a lot of lobbying, especially for the sheep sector and the hill sheep farmers. Look, the Minister needs to deliver for the sheep sector this year, especially the hill farmers. Now, there's talks at the moment that we'll receive an extra €8 top up on the and the Sheep Improvement Scheme. Now, we've put down 2 tough years as hill farmers. We got no supports when other farmers got supports for the last 2 years. When the fed suppliers, their prices were high and everything, they received supports. So look, we're asking and we're looking for that he delivers a 30 or 35 euros this year for us. Now, maybe he can change it next year, but this year especially, we're on our knees, the hill farmers, to do with sheep. I was in Dinglemart there last Saturday, and there were ram lambs for sale inside there, 24, 25 kg ram lambs, and there was only a 20 euro bid on those. Now, I met the farmer going out the door, and he wasn't a happy man. He has to go home, explain to the family, look, I haven't money. The sheep are not earning money so I can make a living. So, like, we're in serious trouble. Like, we've done a lot of lobbying. But on top of that as well, like, I suppose with our biggest thing as well with the preliminary tax, because payments are late, and they will be late. We've been told that, like, we've had arguments with the minister over it. We'd like to see the preliminary tax put back, and that we don't have to submit, our accounts maybe a month later, because the small farmers, and I've been talking to IFAC about this, the ANC payment usually is used to pay the accountant to submit your taxes and then pay a bit of your preliminary tax. And at the same time, look, that helps the small, local, I suppose, co-ops or local, like below in Dingle, we have Bernard O'Sullivan. We pay him a small sum of money, so because we're depending on the likes of him for merchant credit, and he's expecting us to go in usually in the middle of September for the ANC payment and pay him a small amount of it.
Yeah.
And as well as that, then, like, our base payment, that's late. That's going in now, where everything is going into the end of October. And, we'll be lucky if we do receive them. I know there's guarantees being given and stuff, but the way things are at the moment, there's no guarantee that we will receive those payments.
Yeah.
So, we are in trouble and we need supports.
The same question to you, Elaine Whelan of Macra. Budget 2024 just around the corner. What's Macra expecting in terms of, farm succession, tax reliefs, inheritance, and so on in the budget?
Firstly, thanks for having me on, Stella. Yeah. I suppose we've been flat out lobbying for the past couple of weeks. We have members the length and breadth of the country carrying out the lobbying, along with myself, trying to get around to as many TDs and ministers as I possibly can. Macra's big ask in this year's budget is around succession. We need more young farmers. But this isn't just for farming, it's also for our rural communities. There needs to be a big focus too. If we don't have farmers in rural communities, we have no rural communities. The amount of employment on a rural farm and a family farm is actually scary if you sit down at home and you go through how many people actually work on your farm, from silage, if you get anything else contracted out, a young fella coming in or a young girl coming in helping you. It's all these things that we're highlighting to the government. So succession is our big ask this year. We also do, and I know it's a tiny bit off the topic, but we want the delivery of more supports for our land mobility service to help aid with the succession pilot scheme that we've put out. Along with as well, we need more aids as well for, unfortunately, our Make the Move, our mental health initiative, which helps people in rural Ireland and especially farmers that's currently over capacity.
Wow, that's unbelievable, really. And I'll come back to the rural community element in a moment. I do want to talk, I suppose, just touch on it. I spoke to other farm leaders prior to yourselves coming on the panel here about the nitrates, and you were speaking there about farm succession and getting more young farmers into farming. The restrictions that are now being placed on agriculture in terms of meeting environmental requirements are stringent, to say the least, and it is making it challenging, to say the least. How will the nitrates decision about derogation, for example, impact on young dairy farmers or young Macra members?
It'll obviously make it a lot harder for the access of land. Everybody now is looking for more land if you are in a derogation area. But I suppose in our succession scheme that we put to the government, actually the farmer that gives over a managerial role to the young farmer, it has to be a young trade farmer that's going to actually farm in a sustainable manner, and they're going to have to meet various targets to succeed in this scheme. So we've already put the plan there. We are the young farmers. We are here pioneering the change. We are roaring from the top of the roof that we want everything science-led going forward. Yes, I know the derogation has a lot of worry around farmers, and that's why I brought up the mental health side of things, because this is just how this news broke, is something that we do need to work together, all farming organisations, to help manage the expectations going forward of our farming community.
We will be having a panel discussion here in Agriland with a number of people who are prolific online in terms of pushing across the agricultural message. There seems to be a narrative online and in certain aspects of society in Ireland that paints a more negative picture on agriculture. And sometimes I think there's a disconnect between how we as human beings are literally surviving because we have to eat to survive, and how we get to eat by the work of yourselves. So that is obviously, from the fact that your service is completely at capacity and Make the Move in the mental health service, that is obviously transpiring into the farming community, where you can only kick a dog so many times when they're down until the dog won't get up again. How are your members feeding that sort of information back to yourself, Elaine?
I suppose as our members coming forward at meetings, we're quite an open organisation. We're always pioneering to be open about everything you're doing. So at meetings, we always have the opportunity for people to open up if there is any issues or what supports we can help them with. But as you said there earlier, Stella, about the general public seeing what actually happens on a farm, I actually attended an event in Waterford there a few weeks ago in Shane Fitzgerald's farm with Agri-Aware. And it was an opportunity for people from non-farming background and farming background to come in and actually see what's happening on the farm, from the cows being milked, from the multi-species sward, to, we'll say, owl boxes. There was everything for them to see. There needs to be more of that engagement too, with us as farm leaders and farmers, with the general public, so everybody has a full understanding going forward.
John, can I come back to you, because farming is not the same in every county in Ireland. That's a fact. Two fields are not the same in this country, and a lot of people, even farmers in Ireland who might be farming in Tipperary or Laois or Offaly or Meath, have no idea what it's like to farm above and top of a hill in Connemara, Donegal or West Kerry. What sort of issues and how much more, if it is, maybe it isn't, or maybe there's equal challenges on both sides, but how challenging is it to make a living from farming in the likes of a Commonage or Hill area in this country at the minute?
It is very challenging, I suppose, is the only way to describe it. On my village back beyond West Kerry, Ballinlucky as we call it, there's days there you were given the hill and you might meet nobody. And you're trying to work yourself and the dogs. The kids are in school, the wife is at home. It's a dangerous environment. We're swinging in and out of cliffs, chasing sheep. It's something we like doing. We wouldn't do it otherwise. But there is days there that it is challenging. And I suppose what makes it worse, is when you come home in the evening, you listen to the news and you get the bad publicity that's going on about farmers. And I suppose even with hill farmers, there's a lot of people that want to see the sheep gone off the hills and stuff like that. But, we are human beings at the end of the day. We are trying to earn a living from a very hard way of life, a traditional way of life. Like we can't bring a John Deere up a hill. There's a lot of walking, there's a lot of physical work attached to it. But at the same time, I suppose it's part of our culture, our history. And I suppose from my own point of view, I have 5 kids at home. I would like to see them farming as hill farmers and see a future for them, see them thrive. But they need supports to do that. And, there is, at the moment, there is too much negative publicity around farming and around young farming and old farmers as well. And, people need to realise we're human beings. Treat us with a small bit of more respect. Like we do our best. We provide healthy, nutritious food on the supermarkets. This food doesn't grow in the supermarket shelves. It takes farmers to bring that product to there. And as I say, we find it hard at the moment, I suppose, trying to encourage the youth to come into the hill farming because it's a tough way of life. And you know, if when the youth see their parents at home struggling to pay bills, struggling to do a day's work because it is a hard day's work, you know, trying to encourage those to come down that path with us, it's impossible at times.
And John, sorry, now I think there might be a bit of interference there, but just in terms of the schemes, and I do want to focus on the acres scheme in particular in respect of the hill farmers, John Joe, there obviously a lot of environmental requirements are coming in now.
Yeah.
If you've been living in an ANC, an SAC, an SPA, an NHA, as a lot of your members in the INHFA have been for many years, you've been dealing with environmental requirements for quite some time.
Yeah.
Is it additional challenges that it is now posing to hill farmers, or do you think because of their experience in already protecting nature and protecting heritage in these areas, that the scheme like acres, you know, could, if it's, I suppose, used in the right way, help the farmers in peripheral areas?
It can. It would help, but I suppose the biggest problem with acres, I suppose, in the beginning, we'll always go back to the reps and the bigger payments we were getting at that particular time. And I suppose with the acres now, there's a lot of work to do and ticking the boxes to get your payments. And I suppose as a commonage farmer, like my own commonage back there's 10 of us on the commonage. There's only 3 of us using it. Now, if I'm to get my maximum payment out of that and trying to get all the rest of the farmers to cooperate and work together to maybe bring the standards up a little bit, it would be good. But, you know, sometimes it's easier, I suppose, to get Ukraine and Putin working together than commonage farmers. So there's a lot of problems like that there. I suppose we've been used to working around designations now with SACs and stuff, but I suppose our biggest worry going forward with the nature restoration law, which is going to come in, either one way or the other, that's going to happen, whether we like it or not, and we can see the way that's going at the moment. But the biggest issue I suppose we'd have with it is, I suppose, under Article 4 and Annex 1 habitats. You know, we want to see the word habitat being farming.
So, well, what can you explain just very briefly now, John Joe? Like, people hear Article 4, they hear European Nature Restoration Directive. You know, sometimes it goes a lot over people's heads.
Yeah.
Will you just explain essentially what it means and why you're concerned about it in layman's terms, if you can?
I'll put it in simple terms to you, I suppose. That article to do with ecosystems and biodiversity, we need to see the wordings used: agriculture ecosystems, agriculture habitats. Now, if that's included in it and we're allowed to farming in the traditional ways which we are, that means that we can keep our CAP supports going forward.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, I suppose there's one clause in there, I suppose it describes it. If the CAP payments are a hindrance to us to move forward or to become more environmentally friendly, those supports can be taken away. And there's another, I suppose, article in there, I suppose, the easiest way for me to describe it to you. You would have a road going through a hilly area. Now you have the side above that, which would be an SAC.
Yep.
If there was a cockroach in that area, in that SE, and the habitat wasn't big enough, now by stealth, they could actually take over the side below the road. Now, that's a serious issue for us, because if you have fields on the side below the road, 2 green fields that you could get planning permission on, if that law is passed in that situation, it means your kids won't be allowed to build a house in that green patch below the road. So that can come in by stealth.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of stuff like that in it, and I suppose that's our biggest challenge going forward, is to educate the Minister, the TDs, and as well Europe, because they can't see the damage they'll do to the likes of us and our type of farming.
Briefly, Elaine, can I come back to you and speak about, well, I suppose hill farmers often think they're forgotten farmers, but there actually are a designated group of forgotten farmers. Is anything being done for them? Are these farmers still being left? You know, is the support that was promised enough? Has it come? Where have they been left?
So we as an organisation have never forgotten the forgotten farmers. It's actually in our pre-budget submission as well. We have asked the Minister at every meeting we've had. He has always promised supports. He hasn't delivered yet. It is something that I'm dying to meet him here today to find out. He hasn't called over to us yet, so fingers crossed he calls over soon and we actually do get an answer and something that we can get out for these people. They are ringing me the whole time. It is something that is vitally important, and it's something of urgency that the Minister needs to stop saying, yes, it will be delivered in 6 weeks' time. Yes, it will be delivered in 6 months' time. We need a definite date now. There's too much ongoing. You probably see it yourself as well with other things. It's just, you'll have it there in 6 weeks. The 6 weeks passes, it's another 6 weeks. It just keeps going and going. It's now time, all of us as organisations need to hold them to account. It's a benefit. We are all working for the same goal. It's now time that we do hold them to account as a united front in certain aspects.
Yeah, these farmers have been essentially left out of any supports and have been fending for themselves. Now, I know every farmer that's in a scheme is fighting for more support at the moment. They're seeing their payments going down or late or not getting them at all, as the case may be at the minute. But these are farmers who never got any payments at all. I mean, there has to be a sense of drastic unfairness there among them when they're constantly ringing you, Elaine.
Massive, and Stella, this feeds into our mental health initiative too. The worry of not knowing if you're financially stable month to month. If no farmer should have to go through that. Yeah. And now it's time the Minister needs to come out with a hard deadline.
Elaine, I consider you a young farmer. Nowadays, if you are with your young friends and there's a wave of action towards climate action and environmental protection, which we're all for, of course, and it might not be so popular to say you're farming now or you're a young farmer,
yeah.
Why did you decide to continue farming? I mean, you could have gone and done anything else. You could have gone travelling the world and forgotten about farming and said it's a dead industry. Why did you decide to continue farming?
I suppose, Stella, it's quite funny that you say I could have went and travelled the world. That's what I did. I came back. It was something I was passionate about. I grew up, we were dairy farmers. We got out of dairy, we went into sucklers. We have our engineering company now. It was when I was younger I actually had a great love for the whole dairy side of things. And as much as my father said it was a relief to get out of dairy at the time because the engineering company was growing so much, we truly miss it at home. It's something we always miss. It's when you wake up in the morning, there's some mornings there, my phone would be hopping, I'd be like, you know what, I'll walk down the field with the calves. It's just, you're brought up in it. A lot of my friends I went to secondary school with, out of the group of 12 of us, only 3 of us come from a farming background, but I have to say the others have adapted so much to our lifestyles. Yeah. And they just understand that they're like, oh, if I want to go down and see Elaine, I'll just come down. But like one of the girls one day really wanted to just come down for a chat, she ended up covering the silage pit. Now, look, it was an experience, but
yeah.
You know, like it's just like, as we said at the start, it's now showing others what we actually do.
Yeah. Well, it's lovely to see, you know, John Joe, no more than yourself, the two of you have lovely smiles, and a lot of the time when we discuss agricultural matters on Agriland, it can be negativity, as he said, and the narrative, but it's lovely to see the positivity coming from you, despite the challenges that you're experiencing and your membership is experiencing. It is good to put out that message of positivity too, because anyone, like, there's a lot of people here at ploughing today, but you can say 70% of them are probably involved in farming themselves, and they're doing that for a reason, because they have a positivity around it, and it might be a struggle, but they do try it. So it's great to see the positivity, and we hope that transpires into some sort of support for the industry in Budget 2024. I'm going to have to wrap it up there, but thank you very much to Elaine Whelan from MACRA, John Joe Fitzgerald from the INHFA for joining us on our latest panel discussion. Stay with us for the rest of the day. Up to 4 o'clock we'll have live panel discussions, but now we're heading back out to the ploughing site, where I hope the rain has eased off ever so slightly.
You're joining us at the Abbey Machinery stand here out on site, and I'm joined by David O'Mahony and Francis Merrigan. Gentlemen, it's a wet start to the National Ploughing Championships, but the machinery side of the site is always very popular, David.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, thank you for joining us here on the stand today. It's wet overhead, but it's workable, it's manageable, so we're delighted to be here. Abbey Machinery stand 276 at Whelan. We're here for 3 days, so everyone's more than welcome to come and see us.
And Francis, what's new on offer? Because that's what farmers want to hear about, all the new innovation, and there's plenty of kit here on the Abbey Machinery stand around us.
Yes, so we're looking at towards trailing shoes on tankers, and we have a number of tankers available, and the Abbey team are here to support both our dealers and our customers. Throughout the day, we'll look to discuss the Agri Pro, which is a new machine on display. Offers good flotation and ground following abilities. The 4,000 gallon tanker behind us with trailing shoe, 10.7 metre trailing shoe, a 2,000 gallon tanker with 7.7 metre DM, and a 2,500 gallon tanker with Triap application technology mass mounted.
Yeah.
So we have a number of different tanker technologies available
Yeah.
for our customers.
And David, look, the move towards low emission slurry spreading, less technology, obviously the obligations on farmers to move to this technology, the clock is ticking all the time, so technology like this is a very common sight nowadays.
Absolutely, it's all about sustainability on the farm, making the most of what slurry, what nutrients they have in-house. So for that reason, we obviously have an extensive durable bar range with a 7.7, 9.2, 10.7 and a 12 metre machine, and as well as that they're all umbilical compatible as well. So we've done a lot of work on our shoe range over the last few years. Within the shoe range we have 3 ranges within a range. So the shoe sector is depends on terrain that the farmer's working on, size of tractor, etc., size of tanker. So for that reason, in the last few years we've developed 3 machines within that range. We're launching the Agri Pro today at the ploughing. We have the Tramp that Francis referred to mounted on an umbilical mast, and as well as that we have the Premium Plus shoe. Within that we have a multitude of sizes. We have 7.7, we have 8.7, and 10.7. So we have a wide range of applicators to cater for all people.
Yeah.
Farmers are really looking to make the most of what nutrients they have on farm, less artificial fertilizer, so we're trying to adapt and keep speed with what farmers need.
And I see a sign behind you there, Francis, retrofit ready. Obviously farmers might say, oh, you know, do I need to do a huge amount of outlay? Can I look at what I have already, and can Abbey adapt what I have on farm?
Yeah, so we're looking to accommodate customers to have pre-existing tankers, and we can retrofit product to those tankers. Bracketry are all ready to mount existing Abbey tankers. We can look at the opportunity of mounting applicators on other product as well. So it's all open, no matter what customer size or version or variation.
Yeah, and look, David, not just tankers, obviously. We've diet feeders and a lot of other products here on display as well. Talk to us about some of the other things here on the site.
A wide part of the range here today. We have our toppers from our grassland care. So we have toppers in the range from 6 foot semi-offsets. We have maxi-foot toppers, we have trail toppers in that pair range. Today we have our maxi-foot toppers. Stay on the grassland side of things, we have fertilizer shakers, which are just exhibiting a few of the shakers we have in that range. Move on to slurry management, the preparation of slurry. We have some agitators here as well. And then the other side of the big part of the business is the diet feeder side of the business as well. So today on the stand we have a range of the feeders. We have the VF 1500, we have a 21, we have a 2650 and a 2450. And as well as that, very important, we're in the innovation arena this year as well with new NIR analysis. But a big part that we have today is our new type gearbox, shift-drive gearbox on the 2650 feeder. So Francis actually...
I was going to say, tell us a little bit more about that technology, Francis. What makes that so special?
So our customers are looking for efficiency with both beef and dairy feed, and we get to the point where fibre length is becoming much more important for animals. From the NIR piece, we are in the innovation arena, as David says, it's just a short distance from stand 276, and we're displaying an opportunity to manage much more efficiently the dry matter within the feed live. So live analysis via NIR and live adjustment of the dry matter. So please come and visit us at the innovation arena close by the Abbey stand.
So Francis, I suppose, look, big children, little children, everybody loves the machinery. It's a big draw, isn't it, at the ploughing?
It's an important draw from the very youngest to the very oldest. The farming community, it's a really important event for them. We see that both through our customers and through their customers. And again, it's regardless of the weather, it doesn't really matter. It's an important social occasion for Ireland as a national event.
Yeah, and look, very finally, David, I suppose, look, all these pieces of machinery, they're not cheap, they're an investment on farm, but like we have the likes of TAMs and everything like that, and I'm sure the team can talk to farmers about their options as well for finance as well, and what grants might be available.
Yeah. No, we were a very long, well-established company from 1947. Farmers have put their trust in us for decades. We're here, going to talk to us, resale value of the machine, so we're open. Put the wellies on, put the coat on, and come out for the day.
Absolutely. Well, David and Francis here at the Abbey Machinery stand, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we're here at the Irish Albrecht Cattle Society stand, and I'm joined by the Society's chair, James Donlan. James, how is the ploughing going this morning? And tell us a little bit about, I suppose, the interest among attendees in the Albrecht breed.
Well, I suppose to start with, it's a damp morning now for people going around.
Yeah.
But for us here in the Albrecht stand, we're undercover. We have a nice display of stock, and people are all coming to look at.
Yeah.
We're one of the few cattle breeds that are displaying at the ploughing. It's unfortunate there because many farmers, they like to see their stock.
Yeah. And can you tell us a little bit about the Albrecht breed? How long has it been in Ireland? And just tell us a little bit about its traits.
Yeah, well, the Albrecht breed, originally there were a couple of farmers from West Cork. They brought in some embryos back in 1992. And from then, more breeders got in separately there, and the society then was formed in 1998 and has been steadily growing ever since. So at this stage, we have about 250 breeders right across the 32 counties.
And I suppose, is the breed more popular amongst, say, suckler farmers, dairy farmers, or is it a mix of both?
Well, a mix of both, although in latter years there's been a big upsurge in the demand from the dairy herd, where Albrecht is a good alternative beef breed for using on dairy cows.
And we see that Albrecht is doing pretty well in the DBI as well. I suppose, what are the traits of the Albrecht breed that bring it up in the Dairy Beef Index?
Well, see, the Albrecht, to start with, it's an easy calfer. On top of that, then, you have a good conformation, good weight, which means it's ideal for the dairy animal, because like the dairy herd over a good number of years has gotten in more extreme specialist dairy type breed. So you need a good muscular animal with good weight to try and compensate for what the dairy cow is lacking, and the Albrecht fits very well into that. Now, it's not a giant of an animal, but still gives a good weight there for that. So it's working very well on that, and also they're good feed converters there. Like the Albrecht in France is a hill breed and has been developed on the maximising the use of forage as opposed to concentrate. So all that has helped that the Albrecht works very well in that situation.
And can you tell us a little bit about the stock you have on display here today? Are they from different breeders, or where are they from?
Well, the stock are from different breeders, most of them across the southeast Midlands type area, convenient to the location that they haven't had to travel there. We've a good number of pedigree stock there showing what the breed is like. We also have some examples of Albrecht from the dairy herd this time. We showed some weanlings, calves weanlings there, how they're doing from that. We also, on the other hand, were showing, because we talked about Albrecht and the dairy herd, but it's still very much a suckling animal. So we showed how Albrecht is crossing the suckling herd, and we give an example too of an Albrecht cross cow and a Shirley calf, and that, which is quite common in France there. Like Albrecht in France, it's bred pure, but then the ones that aren't used for continual proofbreeding, they use collared Shirley by and large in them, and they have their particular brand of beef for that.
And is there any sales coming up? Have the Society any sales coming up in the coming number of months?
Well, our annual show and sale is taking place on the 28th of October in Tullamore, Mart, where we'll be having bulls and both heifers and cows and calves and that now. So it always is one of the highlights of our annual calendar.
James, thank you very much.
All right, you're very welcome, Brett.
Welcome back here to the Agriland Pavilion at the National Ploughing Championships in Ratheniska in County Laois. We're halfway through nearly our live stream today in association with UPMC, and I have a very interesting panel before me this afternoon. I have the head of knowledge transfer with Chagas, Joe Patton. I have a dairy farmer, Jack Keenan, and I have Brian MacDonald, our Agriland dairy journalist, with me, because dairy is something that is very topical at the moment. Now, look, all sectors are struggling at the minute in various ways and trying to deal with developments coming down the road. But specifically dairy, let's talk about nitrates and nitrates derogation first, Joe Patton. The decision, I suppose, which we probably all knew was coming, with the European Commission was not going to extend our derogation of 250 kilos down at 250, and now it's going to be down to 220. This is going to have a practical impact on dairy farming in this country. How, I suppose, are dairy farmers to try and adapt and change to something that's going to be quite short term now? We're in September already.
Yeah. Hi, Sarah. Look at the... in a way, it's the same challenge as we had previously, in that dairy farmers have become well used over the last almost 20 years now of dealing with the whole idea of a cap on their organic N limits. So, if you like, the discipline of that and the mechanics of how that works, we've all been operating in that environment up to this point. The challenge now, obviously, is that there's a movement in one figure on that. So it means that we have to adjust some of the practices that we are probably doing already. So, for example, stocking rates. Obviously, stocking rate is the big one now, and people have to look at that. The issue, I suppose, and it's a tricky one, and we've done a lot of forums like this and a lot of forums, town hall type meetings last year. Unfortunately, there is no one-size-fits-all answer for dairy farmers. People are in very different positions. Lots of farmers aren't in derogation, dairy farmers. Lots of them are between 170 and 220, and then we have obviously a very significant cohort that's from 220 up to 250, and they're going to be the ones to be affected. So I think the first thing we have to say is that every dairy farmer has to really sit down and look at their own situation, establish, I know the NMP statements are out today, and people should have that figure worked out. So, like all of these things, your own individual circumstance is where we need to get people to look at. And that sounds like a very trite answer, possibly, but it is the truth of it, I think. And people have to get their own decisions made on that. And obviously, as an advisory body, CHAGs are available to help with that.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you that was literally what I was going to say next in terms of what CHAGs can do, because many farmers would say, no disrespect to you now, Joe, but many farmers would say after 2015, Chagas were telling us, get more cows and expand.
Yeah.
And now they're being told, pull back, obviously, to meet the requirements and so on. So they'll need a bit of help. And what's Chagas doing to support them, I suppose, and to try and improve water quality as well, of course. That's the primary.
Of course, and that's the underlying thing. I'll take issue with you about the 2015 comment, possibly. I think that our advice, if we go back and read the stuff from Moore Park Open Days from 2012, 2013, all of that time. I think, in fairness, Chagas were probably the only actors on the field that said dairy expansion is going to be profitable and it can be transformative for a farm. And I think there are loads of good examples of that out there. The profitability of dairy farming has hugely improved and transformed through scale, but also technical efficiency. But one of the things that Chagas would have been saying, Stella, over all this time was, be careful on your stocking rate.
Yeah.
Be sure to have a sustainable stocking rate that matches to your growth rate. A very boring message, possibly, but it's one we've said forever, basically. So we are pretty much saying the same thing now. That we need to match stocking rate to our growth capacity on the farm. That hasn't changed. That message hasn't changed. Obviously, the metrics around that have changed. We're changing maybe where the target is now, due to that legislation thing. But, go back and read the stuff. Who was talking about stocking rate and saying, guarding against overstocking the farm and ramping up the intensity? I'd say we were probably one of the only people on the pitch that were actually saying that.
Yeah.
So we were, in a way, we were the party poopers in some way, that we weren't telling people to just go ahead and expand without any thought of anything else.
Yeah.
It's all there in print. Go and read it, and it's the messages are pretty much the same, I would say.
Well, it's not to say that the expansion wasn't the right move at that time. I mean, it was profitable.
Yeah,
of course.
We
all know that, and it was the right move. But I suppose no more than being head of knowledge transfer. Knowledge comes as years pass, and we get more information as time passes, and things change, obviously. Of
course, and look, we have to be clear on this too, that we need to get the stocking rate in place.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that the research from Chagas over the last couple of years has shown. Like, you look at the the catchments program that's in place, you look at all the modelling work that's done on it, all the environmental and water quality work done in Johnstown and in Moore Park and elsewhere would say that as a particular measure, the change in that headline stocking rate mightn't have as big an effect as it might be perceived in the media. But things like practices around fertiliser spreading, slurry storage, slurry management, those will have a beneficial effect on water quality if managed correctly. So we can't ignore those either. So this is not to say that, you know, this cut from 250 to 220 is going to suddenly change water quality in the absence of changes in how slurry is managed. I think we have to remember that as well, and that's the key objective, is to actually get an improvement in the water quality situation. Okay,
Jack, you have a dairy farm,
Yeah.
and will you, I know, we know, and Brian has been down there, and a great system going, but just to enlighten our viewers as to your system, how it's running, what you do, and then the kind of impact, I suppose, of nitrates regulations and so on that enterprise.
Yeah, well, we're milking 65 cows in partnership with my father. We're farming 36 hectares, and we've 20 in-calf heifers and 20 calves this year on the ground. So that leaves us around 237 kilos.
Yeah.
So we're either going to have to take an extra 10 hectares or cut 10 cows out of our herd. And sure, nobody wants to do that at the minute. Like, and we've invested heavily over the last few years, and we've slurry storage on farm for 20 weeks for 80 cows, and we're only milking 65 at the minute. We have a new milking parlour. And this year so far, we've grew 11.5 tonnes of grass off 150 kilos of nitrogen. So, like, I'm trying to do everything I possibly can, but I'm still getting crucified come the 1st of January.
But you're a good example for, you know, Jack, like for the commentators out there that would say that dairy farming is industrial farming, and you know, it's large size, and a 10% cull on a dairy herd for most farmers wouldn't even be noticed. You're very much an example of, you know, like a small to medium-sized dairy farmer who's just making ends meet, you know, month to month, and who will be impacted by this, and you're trying to do everything that you possibly can. Like,
Them 7 cows in our herd is what you're left with come the end of the year, is your turnover. And we've it worked out, it's an industrial wage will be cut out of our farm if we have to go back and cow numbers. So me or my father's going to have to look for income elsewhere, which is not viable either.
No.
But as you said, Stella, there's bigger farms than me are farming at the same practice as well, and they're going to get hammered. But there's smaller farms than me as well. They're getting affected as well.
What kind of practices or, you know, technologies have you embraced, Jack, like multi-species swards?
Multi-species swards on the farm. We've clover in 100% of the farm now. All our slurry is spread with a trailing shoe or disconjected into the ground.
Yeah.
We're spreading less fertiliser. We're feeding low protein rations to the cows as well. Like, we produce close on 550 kilos of milk solids off 800 kilos of concentrate. So our breeding has come leaps and bounds over the last few years as well. So trying something different every year, and it seems to be paying us back. But going down the line from the 1st of January, like, we're coming to a wall.
Yeah. And I suppose these are decisions you now and your father have to think about over the next couple of months as to what you are literally going to do on farm.
Well, nobody wants to go back in cow numbers. Like, our aim was to try and get to the 80 cow number. Like, but if it means having to take land, we're going to probably take some land. But like, I'm doing everything right already, so I shouldn't have to go out and try and find myself extra land when I'm farming the land to the correct way possible.
Yeah. I suppose, Brian McDonald, I bring you in here. You're out in dairy farms every day of the week, and in different types of dairy farms, you know, from small to bigger to the biggest. And one of the recommendations that might come across in terms of trying to meet that nitrates requirement is maybe to export slurry. How feasible do you think that is as a suggestion or a recommendation?
Probably for the farm that's closer to 220, it's possibly an option.
Close to the 220?
Yeah, like if you're close to 220 on the margin, on the line, possibly an option. Once you get it into that higher area, you're probably looking at a situation of you're going to be exporting a large amount of slurry. Brings in the issue of that slurry is better used on your farm to grow grass on your farm than being sent out the gate to another farm or to be used in tillage land. I know it's been said as an option. The reality is, like, that's a valuable nutrient source on your farm. It's a fertilizer. It's there for nothing, basically. The cows that produce it themselves, it gets spread in the land, it grows grass. I think in the last couple of years, we've seen farmers embrace the fact that I can reduce my chemical nitrogen rate if I spread my slurry on the ground as also. If I get my slurry test, I know it's in my slurry, I can then use it more effectively. I can use trail and shoe, low emission slurry spreading technology to grow more grass on my farm. So I think as an option it is an option, but do we really want to be in a situation of then we're running into issues with soil indexes because you don't have the slurry to spread in it?
But if you don't export the slurry, are you going to have to reduce your cows?
Well, that's the other side of it. Yeah, it's a bit of a it's probably going to have to be a bit of a mix of everything for a lot of people, particularly those higher guys. I suppose you do have farms already who are over 250 exporting slurry, and it's a long way to come if you're in that position back to 220, a really long way to come.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be an option of you'll have to do a bit of everything. You'll have to look at options. Can you get the young stock off the farm? Can you take a little bit more extra land and can you export a little bit of slurry? But I wouldn't be putting myself in a position of putting all your eggs in the excess and slurry basket, because that's detrimental to the farm in the long run, really, I would say.
Joe Patton, what other methodologies or practices prove effective? I know there with the Johnstown Castle Winter Milk Open Day, it came across that the Irish grown concentrates, for example, could potentially reduce emissions. Is there maybe a need to put more focus on things like this?
Well, just to be clear, we're talking about, from a derogation perspective and an emissions perspective, we're keeping those two things separate. And I have a lot of sympathy for farmers and even the general public. I think the problem I'd see, Stella, a lot is that a lot of these issues that have their own particular solutions, they all get muddled into this big bucket of stuff, really, don't they? And dairy farmers have to try and pick the way out of that. So we talk about, the change in the derogation limits is really a stocking rate question. It's a question of be careful. For some farms, I would say, lads around, if they're just marginally on the banding side, they could be better having to be the right side of the middle band, if you like, rather than slightly in the top band. That's an issue. Normalising external land blocks, because we know there's lots of farmers that are stocked at 250 or 250 plus, as you say, Brian, that are exporting slurry, that are also purchasing forage. Can we normalise the arrangements around that those maps are on the dairy farmers area, which would by default bring you back closer to 220? Those are all issues. And then the marginal cow issue that we've talked about a lot. Have farmers are they carrying unprofitable cows that are pushing them over the nitrates limits? Those are all questions that have to be worked out around the kitchen table, I would say.
But I suppose, if we're talking in a position of you're buying forage, your farm's you're buying in forage,
which is buying acres.
Your farm is too highly stocked, really. Then you're if you're in that position of you're having to go out and purchase forage every year, or at the back end of the year, or you come to this time of year and you go to the silage pit and you go to the bales and you add up what you have and you're a month short of fodder, you're too highly stocked. There is a lot of farms in this position, and I think you see it every year that there's fodder moved from one part of the country to another part of the country because this certain part of the country farms are highly stocked and they're probably too highly stocked. This is another issue around the stocking rate as well and the marginal cows, and there's probably some farms who are in that kind of 250 and above, or 220 to 250 and slightly above, where if they just looked within the gate and said, if I go down 10 cows, I'm not buying in forage, that saves me so much a year. Okay, you're losing this much in milk sales, but you're probably gaining it from what you're not spending going out the gate, purchasing fodder in or feed in and concentrates.
Because you agree with that, Joe?
Yeah, the cost of those last few animals could be, and it might be different in your situation because where you have your land built, but for some farms, the cost of the last few animals could be much higher than the cost of the first few. So the impact of getting rid of those is quite large from a cost perspective, and from a margin perspective, it mightn't be that big at all. But again, that could be very different for one person sitting here and one person sitting there. It's really down to what your feed costs are at the moment. But just on the emissions thing, Stella, which is separate, we've said a lot of these things before. There's no point in going over it again. We need to move on from the protected urea story and say it's just the standard thing we should be doing.
Yeah.
There's good work coming through that would say that some of the compounds like 18612 have a lower emissions profile than some of your more traditional type things, which will be a benefit as well. I know Mike Deneen presented work in Johnstown a couple of weeks back that the methane inhibitor additive fed over the winter there knocked methane by about 22-24%. in that trial. Now, that's a long way from seeing that on every farm in the country, but as proof of concept, it's a very positive thing that there are technologies that will directly affect methane.
Could that head towards spring herds, grazing herds eventually?
It's possible, and we don't want to. I suppose we don't want to speculate too much on that. I suppose there's loads of work going on that. To me, that's an engineering question now rather than a chemistry question, if you like, because it has moved
and I'm neither an engineer nor a chemist.
Well, it has moved in a way. It's a delivery. What we're looking for now is a delivery system rather than wondering which compound will make the difference. Like, it's proof that it works. It's a question about how do you bed it into a system and how do you build it into a system where farmers can get credit for it. We're a long way off that, and we are saying we're very clear on this from a Teagasc perspective. Don't be sitting around waiting for an additive. Get clover in the ground, get protected urea going, pick for, the carbon index on your breeding, which I'm sure you're looking at. Cut the rate of nitrogen through your clover. Look at those things. And while those things are doing, when those things are moving on, this other stuff will happen in the background. But don't be sitting waiting for the magic bullet. We're clear on that,
While I have Jack now, because he's a living, breathing dairy farmer, as they say, right in front of me, you're doing all those things, Jack, anyways, in terms of the environment. And unfortunately, this year you saw your milk check going down. Now look at you, the great milk check last year, but this year not so good. And unfortunately, this year the input cost is the same as last year. So how are you finding that?
Like, if three things gone against you this year, like if the weather, the irrigation, and the milk price, and unfortunately I can't control any of the three of them. So I'd like to see inputs starting to come down a little bit, but dairy farmers did have a little bit of reserve saved going forward, and they always knew it was never going to stay as high as it was, but the crash came a little bit too severe.
Yeah.
But it's just dairy farmers are getting kicked in the stomach when they're down completely this weather. So.
Well, Brian, who needs to support them? I mean, everyone's looking for support. Sheep farmers, beef farmers, tillage farmers. Everyone has had challenges this year. And I think sometimes people do look at dairy farmers and go, they'll be all right. Look at Jack, he's doing the best he can there, and they're looking at having to reduce their cows. Who needs to support them here? Where should they be getting that support?
It's such a loaded question, I suppose.
I wouldn't be known for them now, but
it's like, how long is a piece of string? Where does support? I suppose being the dairy sector here is so reliant on international markets now. We've gotten to the point of that we're solely reliant on what's happening out in the international market. Now, that's obviously having a massive influence on current milk prices this year. So we're seeing a massive drop off. Is there more that can be done to support farmers? Absolutely. Dairy farmers, I think, they're up 365 days a year. There's we talk about this during the week, that it's the one sector where there's always something probably to be done. The tillage man has his sowing and is looking after crops, and then he's harvesting, and then he's a couple of months where there's a bit of maintenance to be done. The cows still need to be fed, the cows still need to be milked.
Yeah.
There's cubiles have to be done. There's always something to be done in the dairy farm system. And I think the supports probably aren't going to come for dairy farmers, because based on last year, we saw massive incomes, and they'd be saying, you don't need it. This year, it's a question of they probably do need something. Are they going to get it? Probably not.
Yeah.
Well, touching off that, where other sectors look at the dairy sector and say, should have had a great year last year, but 85 to 90 cents of every euro a dairy farmer earns is going back into the local economy. So if that's pulled out of the local area, you will see villages and all starting to crumble.
Yeah.
So that has to be factored in as well.
Is the future for dairy as strong as it always was, Joe Patton? Or do you think we will see a contraction in it as one of our main Indigenous industries as time goes on?
I think that's a good question. We have to remember too, though, Stella, that so much has changed in 8 years in the dairy industry. We've probably put 30 years of growth into 8 years after quotas went, and maybe 10 years because people were ramping up before that. So in a way, we are changing into more of a consolidation phase, I would say. And that mightn't be a disappointment to as many people as you think, because I think there's a lot of dairy farmers are probably happy to say now, you know what, I had a target in 2015 that I wanted to get X number of cows or whatever it might be. I feel that I'm there now. I have an economically viable unit in place, given that obviously with price and all and cost being an issue, but people have got to sort of, more and more farms have approached their natural limit, I would say. So maybe rather than this rapid expansion phase, which will always bring it'll always bring the external focus and the external media to look about what's happening in this growth industry. We might reach a situation now where we're into consolidation and we're looking at doing things better, which is important. But I would also say that even though we're talking about a consolidation industry that's not maybe growing at the same rate, we will still need renewal and regeneration within that industry at that scale. So that is not to say that the doors are shut for younger people. In fact, maybe there'll be more opportunities for younger people in the next 10 years because, remember, the people that drove the growth in the industry that were maybe in their early to mid-40s when that was happening, they're going to be approaching their early 60s very soon. Yeah. And the benefit of their growth and their infrastructural growth and their expertise is still sitting there. And we'll have a succession question now. And we will get succession into the industry if it's viable from a labour point of view, viable from a financial point of view, viable from an environmental sustainability point of view. If we don't have those things, succession becomes an issue. So succession takes care of itself through other things. Would that be, Jack, would you agree? Or?
Yeah, no, you're 100% right, Joe, but like, I'm only 31 and there's a lot of my friends same age, like, and they're black sick of it already. Like, I have 3 friends and they're new entrants in the last 4 years, like, and they just don't know where they're going at the minute either.
Yeah. Like. But I think for new entrants, they just have to, it's important that new entrants stick to the plan as well, because to be fair, the industry was very welcoming. It felt like industry was very welcoming to new entrants 8 years ago. There was courses for new entrants. There was so much support. Okay. Are new entrants forgotten a little bit? Possibly because it seems like they're doing something that's outside the norm now. Yeah. But the support is still, we would say from a Teagasc perspective, there is still good support for new entrants. And the messages still around those haven't really changed that much. Sort out your infrastructure, buy the right stock, get the right stocking rate, cost control first and foremost. Those messages haven't really changed.
And like, I finished Killalton in 2015, and one of the things we had to do there was do a business plan. And we done a 10-year business plan, and we leave in Killalton. And I'm on target to meet that in 2025. And come the 1st of January, I've hit the wall. I had set out to get the 80 cows in 2025. And I'd everything else done. 100% of the farm reseeded, infrastructure changed, everything.
I suppose, as Joe mentioned, like, things change, and then you have to try and adapt. Well, you've obviously made a success of it thus far, and judging by what you're saying and everything you've adopted, Jack, we hope that you continue with that success by getting the advice you need from whoever, be it Teagasc or your own advisor, and your own research, and hopefully continuing on, because I'm sure your father wants to see the generation continue on with the Keenan Farm and Wick Club. I'm sorry we're out of time. I'm going to have to let you go. Thank you very much for joining us, Dr. Joe Patton. Give you your proper title there, Joe, Head of Crops Knowledge at Teagasc, Jack Keenan, a dairy farmer, and Brian McDonnell, our Agriland dairy journalist. So that's all from the live stream just for the moment here in the Agriland tent at stand 305. We'll go back out to the ploughing site now, but stay tuned because we'll be back again shortly.
What farmers are telling you here today?
Well, I'm hearing a lot of frustration from farmers. Obviously, the issue of the nitrates derogation is a big talking point here. Farmers are saying to me very directly that the Taoiseach has now made an undertaking to revisit this issue with the European Commission, and they expect him to deliver on that. In turn, I have given farmers an undertaking to bring this issue again to government. I think we all understand water quality is paramount for everyone who lives on this island. But we also know that farmers who have made an honest investment, who had reasonable expectations, have to be dealt with fairly. And the view here that I am hearing is that government hasn't played fair or hasn't been active enough on this issue. I've also heard from sheep farmers telling me, again, I heard this last year, I'm listening to this now these years, big pressure there. a need for a big increase in terms of the sheep welfare payments. I'm also hearing people talking about more generally about sustainability, the climate emergency, and the really positive contribution that farmers and farmers' organisations can and want to make in that. So the weather is awful, it's pretty gloomy. There are challenges there, but I really hope that in listening to people and talking to people, we can arrive at a point of some optimism and hope and a sense of working together to create change and bring a better future.
Do you think this government is failing Irish farmers at this time?
Farmers are telling me that they are, and I take them on their word. And listen, we're all aware, always in life, in political life and farming life, there are challenges, there are ups and there are downs. But what has been lacking has been a consistent level of proper engagement. I don't mean box ticking, I mean really listening to the farming community, to the wider rural community, and creating a plan that we can all sign up for to drive forward the future of the family farm, the future of quality produce. We have produce that's unrivaled anywhere in the world, and the immense contribution that farmers, young farmers, new generations of farmers can make to climate sustainability and to viable, vibrant rural communities. So I'm interested in having that conversation with everybody who's here.
And what would Sinn Féin do differently?
Well, we've a number of proposals that we're chatting out with people. One of them is the idea of a commission on the family farm. I mean, I happen to think the family farm is the right model for modern agriculture. It's sustainable, it's clean, it produces traceable and quality product, but also ensures that farming is knitted into the very fabric of family life and community life. And I think that's something worth fighting for, actually. So we want to engage all stakeholders, and particularly maybe younger people, younger farmers. We want to talk to MACRA and all of the organisations around all of that. We want to ensure that the budget, when it comes in October, is fair to the farming community. So we're talking about some of those measures in the immediate term. And then in the longer term, we want an Ireland that has energy independence. Farming has to be part of that. We want a country that can feed itself, and food independence, food sustainability is a big issue domestically. It's a big issue internationally. Ireland should be at the heart of driving that agenda. And we want forestry, you know, to actually to flourish, because we've had target after target, announcement after announcement, and still falling flat. So those are some of the items. Apart from housing, education, all of these things matter to farmers as well.
So we're here at the Irish Solaire Cattle Society stand, and I'm joined by the Society's chair, Declan Bell. Declan, can you tell us how the ploughing is going for you so far, and tell us a little bit about the interest in the Solaire breed?
Yeah, well, so far, day one, I suppose the weather is definitely having an impact, but we're getting a nice crowd through the ring, through the tent, and a lot of interest in the breed. We have a fairly interactive stand here this year. We have a raffle heifer. We have stock judging here behind us, where people can have a go, try their skill at stock judging. We have lovely Solaire merchandise for sale and a great team of volunteers on hand to just chat about the breed.
Can you tell us a little bit about the breed, the Solaire breed? Where did it originate from, and I suppose when did it first find its place in Ireland?
Yeah, so the Solaire, like so many other continental breeds, they come from France. They come from the Auvergne region in France. They graze the kind of hilly, mountainy pastures in the summertime. So they're renowned as a maternal breed. Came into Ireland in the 90s. They're now the #1 ranked maternal breed in the country, renowned for their calving ability, their fertility, longevity, and ability to rear a good calf.
And where, I suppose, do they find their place in Irish farming systems?
So it's the female, really. So they're your ultimate suckler cow. They're your suckler cow. So it's the females. We have a huge trade for the females. We have our sale coming up in Gart Mart, our main sale, middle of October. And again, we'll see huge demand for the pedigree and crossbred females. People buy them. Sometimes they'll cross them with Solaire. The Solaire bull works really well. They finish well as bull beef. But a lot of people buy them for the terminal bulls, hard calving, maybe Charolier or Belgian Blue. Mainly Charolais, you get that lovely golden cross. We have a lovely Charolais Solaire cross calf here on the stand. Just kind of epitomises what you can get in a cross. But the cow does the business. She does the work. She calves when she's supposed to calve. She calves on her own, and she goes back and calf quickly. And she does it for years.
And then I suppose, so obviously they really have really strong maternal traits, but how do they work then in a beef system and for beef performance?
Yeah, so they do perform very well as beef, particularly as bull beef. When the Solaire's weight gain is really good. When they're fed, if they're let go maybe for long store periods, they'll grow. They will grow tall. So then it can take a little bit longer to finish a Solaire bullock, for example, if that bullock experiences, say, a summer at grass where it's just pure store. He will grow, and then obviously he'll take a little bit longer to finish than his comrades. But the beauty of it then is he comes into a serious carcass when he is finished.
And you mentioned it already, I suppose, Declan, your upcoming sale. Can you tell us a little bit more about what will be on offer and what we can expect to see?
So, 14th of October, it's a Saturday in Gort Mart. Great access off the motorway to Gort. So we'll start off, we'll have our elite pedigree section. We'll have maybe 20, 21 lovely top-class pedigree registered heifers. They've been pre-inspected to ensure quality is right, temperament is right. So we'll start with that. We'll have a selection of in-calf, maiden and weanling heifers in that section. Then we're on to the commercials. We'll have maybe in the region of 180 to 190 commercial Solaire heifers on offer. Again, maiden, in-calf and weanling. And to finish off then, we'll have a small selection of mature cows, maybe with calves at foot. But yeah, big sale, huge interest, a lot of repeat customers coming back, simply because the Solaire is doing the business.
Declan, thank you very much.
Not at all. Thanks a million, Ratheniska.
Welcome back to the Agriland Pavilion here at the National Ploughing Championships in Ratheniska in County Laois. It's still a bit windy outside, but you can probably see from my squinting it's a bit brighter, so we are hoping that the sun is going to come out, and the next 2 days at the ploughing will be very enjoyable. I think they're enjoyable for the people who are here. They're all happy jumping in the muck outside. But inside here, where we're a bit drier and a bit cleaner, I'm joined by MEP Colin Markey and Holly Kearns from the Social Democrats. First of all, thank you for joining us today here at the ploughing. You've been getting around, I'm sure, and chatting to people. But Colin, I might go to you first. And I suppose as an MEP and a dairy farmer yourself, I can't but talk to you about the decision in relation to nitrates derogation, which came from Europe recently, and the fact that the Minister went out, spoke to the Environment Commissioner, and there's going to be no further derogation, allowing farmers to, have 250 kilos of organic nitrogen, and that will be down to 220 from January. You're keenly aware, I suppose, of what sort of impact this has on the dairy industry. What's your own feeling on it?
Yeah, I suppose, there's some of our most progressive dairy farmers will be impacted by this, and they will have to see stock cuts, I think, and that's a concern. I suppose, I had my own meeting with the Commissioner last week, and he was very particular to say that he didn't want to see any animals slaughtered as a result of this. So I think we have to look at ways in which we can ensure that, if you like, the productive element of the dairy sector can continue to maintain the production, because I think this is vital. We all know we've issues in relation to water quality. I suppose my concern about that is I don't believe that the nitrates derogation is necessarily the way that solves that problem. If you look at the work of the ASSEP programme, for instance, where individual measures and individual farms identifying, if you like, risk areas or risk issues on a farm and addressing with them specifically is a way in which we need to really address water quality issues, whether it be grey water off farmyards, whether it be the roadways, whether it be fencing off drains and leaving boundaries outside the drains. All these things make a real difference and a practical difference on the ground. And I think that's when you consider the history of the Nitrates Directive, it was really I think it's 1.3 cows per hectare in Ireland. Holland has 4.3 cows per hectare. So you're talking about a whole different level of concentration of livestock, and you're also talking about a very big pig industry on top of that. So the actual level of nitrates been on the ground in somewhere like Holland is completely different. There's two things about Ireland, if you like, in terms of our growing season is 330 days. Like, people have the notion we've the derogation because in some way we didn't get our act together and didn't, like, almost like septic tanks or something like that we didn't get our act together. In reality, that's not the case. We've a derogation because we grow grass for a much longer season, and therefore we've the potential to absorb much more nitrogen, to grow 14 tonne of grass, whereas you're talking 7 or 8 tonne of grass in a lot of the continent. So it's for a different reason. And I think it's important that, yes, we have to get our water quality right, but we have to make sure that it's about solving the problems that are causing that, and not just this blanket approach. And that's where I'd be worried about. Right, we potentially can live with the 220. I think there's things we can do in relation to that to mitigate its impact. But we have to make sure we protect that 220, number one. And there's small measures we can take around the valuation given the calves, which maybe only last on a farm for a short period of time before they're moved off. So, like, them calves are much lighter than a yearling. So I think there's calculation changes. So
are you saying there's a little bit of wiggle room? Not wiggle room in terms of the actual figure. The 220 is 220, and that's coming in on the 1st of January. But you're fairly informed.
The conversation I had with the Commissioner there last week was very much about working within the existing framework to see the adjustments we could manage within the existing framework. So things like how we go about perhaps exporting slurry or managing slurry, how we value the calves, and different measures we can take within the system that will allow farmers perhaps to maintain their productivity and their production while still managing to come within that 220 figure. I think I was just listening to Joe Patton there earlier, and in reality, the point is too that perhaps at times we're not getting the maximum production vis-a-vis the number of stock we have in farm, and sometimes farms are overstocked anyway, and it's actually more efficient to come back a bit as well. So there's a few balances in there, and there's a journey to go on, but I think we have to recognise the reason why we've a nitrates derogation, and it's not like we've some of the best water quality in Europe, right? It's not going the right way, and it's going backwards. Not particularly fast, but it is going the wrong way, and I think we need to address that. But that's not the real issue. The real issue here is we've the potential to grow an enormous amount of grass, and that's why it's so important.
Holly, you're no stranger to farming yourself. You know, yourself and your mother have a mixed farm in Cork, and I know that you and your party have been critical of, I suppose, maybe the government's roadmap to reduce our emissions in this country. We do have to reduce them by 25% for the agricultural sector. Do you feel that there's a more definite structure on that now, or a more definite roadmap, or do you still have concerns?
I still have massive concerns, and I think like this day or this past few weeks have been inevitable. We've known for some time that there are environmental constraints around our agricultural production. That's been no secret. The government have been aware of that, farming organisations have been aware of that, farmers, everybody in Teagasc, we've all known it. And instead of sort of preparing for that inevitability, there's been a real kind of denial of the fact that it's happening. And what we've seen now over the past week is kind of a feigned outrage about the whole situation, a feigned shock, I think. And from what Colm's saying here and what Fine Gael have been saying in general, is a continued kind of head in the sand approach. Continue with business as usual, keep trying to push those constraints. And look, our view would be that what farmers deserve at the very least is honesty, but at best stability. And if we don't change our approach to this, we will see constant cliff edges like this. You know, ultimately, even the minister renewed the nitrates derogation fairly recently. Even though he would have known this was coming down the line, I'm not sure why he did that. At that time, I said, you're walking farmers to a cliff edge because there's no time to prepare. And here we are at the cliff edge. And what are we hearing? We need to fight back. We need to try and keep the derogation that we have. We need to then keep it at 220, all of these things, instead of saying, what do we need to provide stability for the sector? Because one thing as well that I think isn't discussed enough in this conversation is, for one, just that reality. But then secondly, the impact that these kind of debates and discussions have on our agricultural sector, because obviously it's hugely important kind of culturally, and myself and Colm will both know that if you grew up in a rural community, it provides a lot of employment, jobs, and all of that is really important in keeping our rural schools open, our post offices. The knock-on effect of farms closing up shop is huge and detrimental. But there's also the economic value of agriculture in terms of our exports. Very, very important for us as a nation. And the reason people pay extra for a brand like Kerrygold is because Ireland has a green brand. You know, we've always been so proud of our agricultural sector. Yeah. And when we have conversations like this about how we want to keep our, you know, special treatment in terms of adding more nitrogen, that jeopardizes that green brand. And I think it's high time we said, what do we want the future of this sector to be? Do we want Ireland to be the country that's held up as the example of the most sustainable food production, of genuinely green production? I think we do. And is this head in the sand approach going to achieve that? No. We're going to be walking to the next cliff edge for farmers. And I think, look, I remember I grew up in a small dairy farm initially. And when the milk quotas were lifted by Fine Gael, a lot of small farms became unviable because of the intensification of the sector. I know what it feels like to be in that position as a farmer where you're going, and now what are we supposed to do now, you know? And we had to diversify now, like you say, we've mixed farm, we've dry stock, we've seed production, we have some forestry as well. But the reality is, for these farmers now, what is the best kind of remedy for this? Is it to say we'll continue with this approach and walk you to the next cliff edge?
It's a complete misrepresentation of the situation. The reality is that farmers are all up for a transition to a more sustainable scenario. The frustration with farmers is it's all this generalistic suggestion that just a unilateral figure will make the difference. The reality is it's the individual actions on the ground, but the like of the Teagasc work with the ASAP programme and things like that'll make a real difference. Like you talk about this as if it's the whole sector. The reality is there's only 5% of the sector.
Colin, you're an MEP. I didn't interrupt you. You interrupted me there. You're an MEP. Did you think there might be at some point a directive in relation to nitrates?
Oh, okay, finish that
was an inevitability, was it not?
Let Colin finish his point and then I'll come back to Holly.
The point is that certainly we have to address the situation as regards nitrates, and certainly we have to work within a derogation at whatever level that derogation is at. And there was a programme agreed a number of years ago. I've no issue with that. My point is that the real meaningful difference is that we can maintain the derogation we have because water quality will improve if we deal with the issues on the ground. And talking about the derogation for most farmers is somewhat of a distraction from dealing with the real issues, because it's the individual issues on the individual farms that will make a real difference. If you'd let me finish the point I was making, you're the one that cut across me actually, because I was pointing out that with all due respect that 5% of farms are under derogation. Half of those farms won't be affected by the going down to 220. So you're talking about 2,500 farms. Are you suggesting it's just them that's the problem? It's across a whole sector. We have to make sure we manage nitrates correctly. We have to look at how we can reduce methane emissions within the sector. This idea that we can just stop farming and it'll all go away. No. The product will be produced somewhere else, and it'll be produced at a much lesser sustainable footprint than we have here.
No, I know what you're saying there, Colm. I think what Holly was trying to say is not that basically, you know, that you're promoting a derogation or promoting nitrates and poor water quality. I think what she was saying is that in terms of planning for the future, farms need a bit of time. So rather than constantly going, if we know the writing is on the wall, we have climate change, we need to, everyone in the world needs to just change and adapt new methodologies. Correct me if I'm wrong, Holly is just trying to say, should we not start getting on the bandwagon and getting ahead of it?
If you take, for instance, my own role, last January I took a group of dairy farmers, brought them together to look at the water catchments and the learnings from the water catchment programme that Teagasc run, where they take a sample every 10 minutes and the analysis of that over a number of years. We looked at what they use as the kick test to look at the biological profile of the water, whether it's good quality or bad quality. And I'm all for bringing people on that journey. Absolutely. I actually championed it myself on a number of occasions and continue to do it. But what that taught us was the individual things that will make the difference. And this thing is saying it's all, if you're not with us, you're against us type attitude. The reality is most farmers are more than interested in doing the right thing for the environment, both in terms of water quality and in terms of animal, and for that matter in terms of animal welfare as well. The question here is what is the right thing? And the farmers on the ground, rather than saying you're just burying your head, we're not burying your head in the sand. We want to get the right answers, not just the headline answers. And like definitely the nitrates directive is something we have to work within, but also there's so many other good things that farmers want to do, and this just kind of populist approach of suggesting that, you know, people have their head in the sand is just not true. The frustration is the real meaningful difference, like extra slurry storage, being able to let tillage farmers maybe have slurry storage on there so that we can export the nitrates. We're talking about an organic fertiliser here. So the use of that organic fertiliser most effectively is what we want to do. If you look what farmers have done over the last couple of years, they've reduced their chemical fertiliser usage and they've replaced it with a lot of organic fertiliser through using multi-species forward through clover. Farmers are all up for this. So this thing is saying that farmers are burying their head in the sand is not
I don't
fair.
think I will say I don't think it's Holly was saying farmers. I think maybe Holly was saying more politicians are burying their heads somewhat in the sand, not the farmers, because the farmers, and we had a dairy panel on here before you came on, and Jack Keenan, a farmer in Wicklow, a very moderate dairy farmer, not intensive by any means. Not that there's anything wrong with that either. Dairy is one of our biggest exports, but he was very much doing everything that he can. As he said there, he's doing the multi-species sward, he's doing less the umbilical cord, like he's doing the trailing shoe. He is doing everything he possibly can, but based on his business plan, which up until 2025 was working when he got into dairy in 2015, he's now saying that he won't. It was on course to meet the business plan targets that he had, and now it isn't because of the changes. But look, we're nobody likes change, but we have to adapt. And Holly, can I ask, if the Social Democrats were in government and they held the Department of Agriculture and Minister of Agriculture portfolio, what would you do? I mean, there's thousands of dairy farmers who don't want, now I'll have to say they don't want to be seen as the problem. Like, I mean, dairy farmers aren't out in the world making a living to be a problem. They're just trying to rear their families and rear calves and rear cows. So how would they be supported under a Social Democrats Minister for Agriculture?
Can I first just address what Colm said about, you said that I said farmers are burying their head in their sand. I absolutely did not. I said that Fine Gael were burying their head in the sand and continuing with a failed approach that's walking farmers to a cliff edge. So just to be fair, I never said that. I don't believe that any farmer gets up in the morning and says, today I'd like to pollute the water. That's not a reality. I know that, you know that.
Can we move on to what the Social Dems would do? Yeah.
So at this point, and look, like I said, when the Minister renewed the derogation, I think for a long time now, we should have been preparing for this inevitability. Unfortunately, I can only come in at what we would do at this moment. And there's quite a few things that I would have to say in terms of suggestions like nutrient management schemes where payments are redirected towards that rather than just how many livestock units to the hectare, where we kind of have an actual regulator with teeth where you can kind of control prices that most of the profit doesn't continue to go to.
Well, the Minister for Agriculture would say we have an agri-regulator with, and literally use the phrase, with teeth.
No, we have an ombudsman, and so they can compile reports and give, kind of opinions and feedback, and that's welcome, but it's not a regulator with teeth, and that is the reality. And there's loads of things we could do in terms of diversification and encouraging farmers to do that. But the crucial thing here is that to do it successfully, you don't implement a policy on top of farmers. If we had the Ministry for Agriculture, for example, we'd be engaging with farmers saying, here is the reality and the science. In 10 years' time, this is where we're going to be at. How do we best work towards that with you? How do we redirect payments to make that financially viable? Because at the end of the day, as farmers, we're all kind of small business owners. Some bigger businesses, obviously, in Ireland as well. But ultimately, we have to make ends meet. And at the moment, we have a situation where payments, the taxpayers' money goes directly to farmers to produce food at a lower cost. There's no such thing as cheap food. We're seeing the environmental cost of that now. And the approach of continuing with that method, constantly pushing past the environmental constraints that we already know are there, is the thing that has walked farmers to this cliff edge. And there's a lot of derogations in this country, I'm well aware of it, many of them in my own constituency. And I feel they didn't need to be walked to that cliff edge. I'm particularly concerned with the smaller farmer with the derogation, because how do you then make a profit?
But if you look at
you knew this was coming. Can I just say, you knew this was coming. The government knew this was coming. We all knew this was coming, but nobody will say that.
Okay, I'll bring in Colm. I just want to pick up on one point you mentioned about cheap food there. You have said there that the era of cheap food is over. Do people outside farming know that? Because is it the farmers that are expected to pay for this? Because if you go into some discount retail supermarkets, you're still seeing very cheap food. And sometimes I walk into, I won't mention the names, but into some supermarkets, and I literally am flabbergasted at how that product has got onto that box at that price, when I know it costs the farmer probably 3 times as much as that to produce. Exactly. So is it the consumer that then has to step up? Because it's consumers predominantly that are criticising agriculture for its environmental footprint, yet are they willing to, and do you feel that as a social democrat in government you could get the consumers, because no government ever wants to raise food prices, but that's essentially to get a fair price for your product as an agricultural producer, that's what needs to happen.
Because it's such an important point that we don't talk about agriculture enough. We always hear about housing policy being scrutinised, about healthcare policy being scrutinised, but agriculture never gets the same level of attention. And I think if we could try and draw a positive from this entire disaster kind of around the derogation, it's the fact that we are looking at it now. And actually what you see in agriculture is something very similar to health and housing, and that is private interests, vested interests, being very much satisfied by government policy and the outcome of that, and the small farmer is not the one benefiting. And when you think about it, this is an important conversation we need to have, because at the moment we are subsidised at the point of production to produce food for less. So then farmers become a price taker, not a price maker. Whereas if we were setting the price saying this is what we can produce it for, and then the supermarkets were buying it, and then perhaps it was subsidised, then it wouldn't be just the supermarkets making the vast majority of the profit, because at the moment it's not just supermarkets, it's fertiliser companies, it's the meat industry, it's rarely farmers. And Colm trying to make out that I'm somehow blaming farmers is actually the biggest disgrace of all of this, because to say that there's some kind of contradiction between climate and agriculture, the two are intrinsically linked. For a future of the sector, for generational renewal, what is the future?
I'm just caught for time here. I might go back to Colm on this one. Sorry, Colm.
Just to say, you suggested that this disaster that is the dairy sector, I think was the phrase used.
Well, I don't think she said the dairy sector. She said the disaster we've landed ourselves in with
you knew the derogation was coming, nothing was done, and now suddenly people have to reduce their herd.
I did point out
That's a disaster.
Absolutely not the case. I was the very one that organised for dairy farmers to come and engage with the asset programme and the different situations.
And that is true. I will
now, beyond that, the reality is, as you said yourself, we've a green image, we have a green sector, we've always, our water quality, while it's not going the right direction, it's way ahead of the rest of Europe. So clearly we've done things right in agriculture, so I wouldn't be so critical of it. Now, as regards to cheap food policy, I'm also always all for more money being put in the farmer's pocket. But the reality is, we have to make sure that if we don't displace food production, we have the highest standards in the world in Europe. We have the highest standards in the world in Europe, which has been dissed and rubbished here today. And I think the replacement will be food from elsewhere in the world. Yes, we can improve on what we have. We can make the dairy sector more sustainable. We can look at diversity, the same as even in terms of our grass-based system, where we're looking at multi-species swards and clovers and all that, and where we're looking at where we can reduce our emissions in the water, but also in our air emissions as well. All this can be done. But like you said yourself, it'll be done with the farmers. But if you ask a farmer out there, is the conversation like this working with the farmers? Because so much of it is about saying they are the problem.
No, you're the only one saying that.
I'm not saying the farmer. I never said the farmer was a problem. I said we can work with the farmer. I said we have a water problem, water quality. I certainly didn't suggest that the farmers were the problem.
You said that I said they were the problem, which I didn't. You're the only one saying that somebody's saying they're the problem. But point to me who's saying that. Nobody is. And can I just say, your leader was out saying, we're going to try and arrange a meeting with the Commissioner.
I was accused of cutting across people, and I've been cut across at every turn.
Can I stop you there? I don't want to cut across because we're under extreme tire pressure, and I need to move on to just live exports. Holly, you're someone who has been a proponent of ending the live export industry, certainly reducing it in this country. But we are a country practically, not for bad reasons, but practically rely on our live export industry for a very valid reason. How would you propose that we reduce it or even eradicate that particular vein that we have in trade?
One of the obvious things that I think we should have been doing for a long time, and we've had it in all of our alternative budgets, is a zero tax on sexed semen. I think it's one of the things that, the science we could be using in order to ensure that we have less bull calves is an absolute no-brainer. But of course, in terms of breeding, we've been constantly moving towards the only objective being efficiency and increased production, whereas if we could use more of the bull calves in the beef sector, that would obviously have a massive impact as well. And I think, look, when we have this whole kind of scaremongering around the culling of the herd and stuff, it's important to recognise that the kind of unprecedented expansion of that sector has resulted in a lot of culling of these calves, and that's the reality. And there's no point in us feigning this kind of outrage about it when we all know what's been going on. And when that primetime investigates come out, can I just say as well that not one representative from Fine Gael was available to come on to primetime that night to discuss it. It's a head in the sand approach that I would say at a time for the dairy sector that was very worrying, that kind of image of the sector which does not paint a good image of, and it's not an accurate image of all farmers in the country of how they treat their animals. There was nobody out there. There was radio silence. Where are the solutions from government? Would farmers like more of this kind of denial, empty promises, fake gestures, or a bit of honesty and a bit of stability and a roadmap forward?
Colin Murphy, can I just go back to our point there about the tax on the sex semen? I mean, that sounds like it has potential.
I'm all for promoting sex semen, and I'm also all for promoting the dairy beef index that allows to give, if you like, an opportunity for what beef calves are there. I also, if you look at my own record in terms of the European Parliament, when the whole debate around animal transport came, I pushed for greater technology usage, for greater tracking to ensure whatever animals were transported in the best possible way, number one, but also that there wasn't any effort to try and break the rules like the documentary was about, that you could put proper tracking and proper monitoring on the lorries so that none of what was to be highlighted in that documentary wouldn't happen. I'm all for sex semen, all for, just to reissue the dairy beef index, and all for making sure whatever animals has to be transported are transported in a way that doesn't allow. We don't want these scandals. We want to market the good green product that we have in this country, and things like this don't help that. So the use of technologies to ensure that doesn't happen I think is central to the future.
I'm sorry we're out of time. Thank you very much for my panellists today, MEP Colin Murphy and Deputy Holly Kearns, for joining us on the panel discussion. I was a little optimistic about the sunshine coming through earlier when I said I saw it brightening up out there. It's absolutely bucketing it down at the minute. But we are sending our team of Agriland journalists out around the ploughing site again. They're braving the elements today. They'll be absolutely soaked, but sure, it's all good crack. Back to the ploughing site.
So I'm joined here now by the President of the Irish Angus Cattle Society, Sean Kilkenny. Sean, how is the ploughing going for you so far? Obviously we're only kicking off this morning, but what's the mood like?
Very good, I suppose. Looking as a whole, I suppose the Angus breed at the moment, it's on a bit of an all-time high. With the dairy explosion, I suppose this last couple of years, it has led to an increased demand, I suppose, for bulls as a whole. Farmers, I suppose, in general, dairy farmers have changed their methods. They're buying that extra bull now to rotate and rest. The suckler farmer, I suppose, beef, Angus beef is synonymous throughout the world. All the different factories have their own various different schemes, and Angus is the main, it's what everyone wants at the minute.
And I suppose, how has the breed really developed over, is it the last 10 years, or how is it really, when has it really started to grow, I suppose, in popularity?
I suppose the Irish Angus Society is up since the late 60s, early 70s, it's there since then, but I suppose this last 10 years, I suppose it's really, I suppose more so this last 5-6 years, it's really snowballed. The breed as a whole, I suppose, Canada, America, and them, they have a lot more research and stuff done, we say, with regards marbling and beef quality and stuff like that. And I suppose we're only starting to get into that, I suppose, through, I suppose, the likes of genomics. One of the schemes is at the minute, it's one of the big main pushers. People want to know exactly what they're getting, and genomics is doing that for them. So I suppose we're playing catch up at the minute. But it's really this last 5 or 6 years, I suppose.
And obviously it has a big role in the dairy herd. I suppose, why is it proven so popular, do you think, as a breed amongst dairy farmers?
Well, look, at the short gestation is the thing that ticks the boxes. The various different schemes, I suppose, for the dairy farmer selling their calves, all the different factories have certain criteria that they want. And Angus is one of the criteria, one of the boxes that ticks all them things. And I suppose that's what I suppose is driving the thing on at the moment.
And obviously you have a lot of pedigree breeders all over the country. I suppose, where would a lot of them bulls, the majority of them would be ending, like, what customers would be picking up them bulls?
Well, I suppose, look, the main sales, I suppose, is up in Carrick-on-Shannon, but a lot of the dairy market, a lot of the cows or stuff are down south in Ireland, I suppose. So you have both pedigree breeders and I suppose dealers coming to buy cattle there and bring them down south.
So obviously they're popular in the dairy herd, but have they a role in the suckler herd and the commercial suckler herd, and how, I suppose, is that evolving?
Well, I suppose big time, I suppose the suckler herd, I suppose, through the organic scheme, the likes of an Angus bull there, they're polled, you happen to dehorn them, they're easy fed, short gestation. The farmers happen to get up at night, you know, the cow and calf, the calf themselves. Like, it's one of the key qualities, and it's one of the things that's becoming more and more popular with the suckler farmer.
And I suppose what are farmers saying that are coming into you here? I suppose what kind of challenges are you hearing from them and facing?
Well, I suppose everyone wants to know what's a good bull to use, you know, that kind of a way. And to be honest with you, like, there's not many bulls out there, AI stations and stuff like that. There's a there's a massive selection of bulls. I suppose just one thing, I suppose, we've noted during the week there was 170,000 straws, semen of Angus straws used in the dairy herd last year alone, which is a phenomenal amount of straws. Like, you know what I mean? It just shows our popularity, but everyone wants to know what bulls should they be using and how do you change this and how do you change that.
And I suppose what would your advice be there in a situation like that?
Well, you have to know your market. The first thing is, if you're a dairy man, we'd say, and you're selling suck calves, you want to produce a nice square type calf that appeal to the lads that's buying them or shipping them. The beef farmer, if you want to produce a calf that's qualifying for the schemes or whatever, you have to try and produce an all-grade animal that ticks all them boxes. And I suppose that's the kind of questions or details that people want to know how they can achieve that.
And has the society any upcoming sales, Sean?
Yeah, I suppose, look, our big one, I suppose, is the Elite Sale, the 9th of December. We'll be doing inspections of them shortly, but it's one of the big sales, the big events of the year. It's our flagship event, and usually if it's a good event, it steers us for the rest of the year.
And because what all can we expect to see in the sale?
You see a multitude of, say, bulls and heifers, but you see a lot of the progeny, a lot of this stock that's here today, a lot of them will be brought to the Elite Sale for sale on that day.
Sean, thank you very much.
Thank you, Brett.
So we're here at the Keepack stand at Ploughing 2023, and I'm joined by Keepack's Jonathan Forbes. Jonathan, what's the mood like with farmers here at the moment?
Well, it's a horrible morning, I suppose, to start with, yeah. Breffney. So I suppose I've spoken to a number of farmers, a number of customers this morning, and I suppose it's a key time of the year for farmers to kind of reset for the winter and reset for the spring, and kind of take a view on what they're going to be doing. So kind of time to reflect on what they've done for the spring, what they've done over the summer. It's been a really difficult year, as you know. A couple of very hot months in May and June, and a couple of very wet months in July and August. Cattle and sheep haven't done well. There's a lot of cattle that haven't come fit for slaughter on time. They've had to go in with meal, they've had to go in with feed, and it seems to be having a knock-on effect on the numbers being processed right now. So we see some cattle being rolled forward, possibly having to be housed, but definitely having to get some concentrate to get finished on time. So it's a mood of reflection, and it's a mood of looking forward to make decisions for the upcoming winter and spring.
And what are Keepack doing here at the Ploughing? I suppose, what is the stand about, and what are they trying to promote?
Really, I suppose, and it's a huge opportunity for the business every year to come and show a little bit about our values in terms of how we want to operate. A little bit about our programs. It's also about meeting the team and meeting our suppliers. We don't view this very much as a business event, but it's very much a meet and greet event. So we're obviously sharing the stand today with Certified Irish Angus, which we've done for the last number of years. It's a very good layout, as you can see.
So we're here at the Adair Machinery stand. I'm joined by William.
Welcome back to the Agriland Pavilion stand at 305 at the 2023 National Ploughing Championships. I'm joined by Jim O'Toole, the Chief Executive of Board BIA, and Professor Frank O'Mara from Teagasc. You're very welcome here today. Now, we've got a glimpse of sunshine here at the moment, Jim. So maybe you'll tell us how the sun may be shining on Irish farmers thanks to Board BIA.
Oh, God bless us, what an intro. Well, we certainly are working hard to try and spread the good word about Irish food and drink around the world. As you know, I'm just back last week from a trade mission with the Minister to West Africa. So we have promotional activity going on around Europe. We're doing promotion on the home market. So it's as we all know, it's a difficult enough market environment out there. But Board BIA and our offices in 14 locations around the world spreading the message to the trade and to consumers about the great foods that Irish farmers are producing.
Now, one of the key issues that farmers tell us in Agriland is that they're constantly being asked for proof that they're delivering on sustainability, and particularly in relation to issues around climate. Why is that important that farmers have to show proof?
Well, I think you can look at it in two ways, and I like to think about it as it's a great opportunity to actually quantify and give evidence to the positive things that farmers are doing. It's a very positive story that we can tell, because one of the things that I find when I go around the world and talk to customers is they are very impressed by the work that the farming community and the agri-food industry working together are doing, and that we have collected through our sustainable assurance schemes and through Origin Green this body of evidence that can demonstrate that actually Irish farmers are working hard to try and improve the sustainability of Irish agriculture and food, and that's something that they are looking for. There is demand. Many of our customers have set targets themselves outside of what the EU might have set. So they're looking for suppliers who are able to fulfil on that commitment, and we're able to tell a very convincing story.
Is there a lot of bureaucracy, though, now, red tape for farmers, do you think?
It's certainly changing, there's no doubt about that. There is a need to have more records, but we work very hard to try and make sure that we can try and collect data in a most efficient way. And one of the things that we try and do is that if data is recorded once, that it doesn't have to be recorded a second time. And we've always worked on trying to find ways to make sure that the time at inspection in front of the farmer is minimised. And again, there's scope where some of the data can be recorded outside of the audit. So we're all the time and open to feedback to trying to make sure that we can get that as efficiently and as not as invasive on the farmer as possible.
And do you think there is a trust issue there? Do you think it's important that, farmers are saying to us, we're always asked for proof. Do people not trust what we're doing?
I don't think it's. I think it's about demonstrating that. I understand that, and we get this all the time, that farmers might feel a bit anxious about a farm inspection. But when you go back to them afterwards and say, how was it? They said, it was great. You know what I mean? So I can understand, nobody likes getting examined, if you like, so I can understand a little bit of stress around that. But in fact, when they go through the experience, it's more positive. And the proof is in the pudding, insofar as that the number of farmers who get through the process with flying colours is very, very high. So I think it's more to be something that we should be proud of rather than something we should fear.
And are there likely to be more changes coming? Are there likely to be more demands on farmers to deliver proof of what they're doing?
Well, I think the request is changing. The asks are changing. Our schemes are accredited schemes. They need to be revised periodically. So we're doing that at the moment. But it's important that people understand that the standards that we develop are co-developed with all the stakeholders, and that's one of the requirements of accreditation, that you must include everybody who has an interest in the process to be represented. They have their voice, they express themselves, and what we come up with is a consensus document, bearing in mind what's appropriate to find out at farm level, with also what the demands from the marketplace is. Because ultimately, this is about building the case so that our customers around the world are looking for certain assurances and that we're able to give them to them.
And obviously, Teagasc is a stakeholder there. You work very closely with farmers. What is the direction of travel for farmers, do you think?
Thanks, Francis. So look, we work very closely with farmers. We have actual client relationships with over 40,000 farmers. But the other farmers, lots of them would come to our events and open days and so on. So look, we have very good connection with farmers. And I suppose, look, the direction of travel for the last couple of years has sustainability, in particular the environmental sustainability has become very, very important. And whether that's water quality or whether it's climate change or biodiversity, that's very high on the agenda, I suppose, on the policymakers, and that's translating into the work we have to do with farmers then. But look, we're always really conscious, and I think it's very important to say sustainability doesn't stop at environment. Sustainability is also about making sure that farmers can make a living from their farm, that we can optimise and maximise the profitability, and also the social side of sustainability, and that's everything from work-life balance and health and safety through to the social licence to farm and all of that. So look, sustainability is a rounded term, and you can't just pick out one bit of it and say that's what we're going to focus on. So we're very focused on those three aspects of sustainability.
And obviously the landscape, so to speak, is constantly changing. Does Teagasc always get it right?
Well, look, I suppose I don't know whether we always get it right. Other people can probably answer that. I think we're fairly much alive to what are the important issues. We've a big programme of work addressing both water quality. That's through the ICMSA programme. That's where we have over 30 advisors working with ourselves and the co-ops and Law Pro, working with individual farmers around water quality. We are putting in place a new climate programme. We've just allocated over 20 advisors to that. We've a collaboration with Bord Bia and Irish Cattle Breeding Federation around that in terms of the data and not asking farmers for the same data again. So we've big programs there. We've put extra resources into organics because of the new organic scheme, and actually a lot of interest from farmers in that. So look, we try to be as responsive as we can to the issues that are emerging and that farmers have to deal with, and obviously try to be ahead of it in terms of the research, and that we have the answers there. We have at least something that can point farmers to the way forward whenever that information is needed.
And obviously one key issue for both organisations is around calf welfare. Now we expect to see that built into maybe some of the schemes from Bord Bia, but also it's an issue that you've been talking about not just today or this year. It's been a constant issue.
Look, calf welfare is really important, both from the point of view of the welfare of the animal, the perception people have of the industry, the perception we'll say consumers have of the industry, but also it's really important for the performance of calves and their subsequent lifetime performance, whether that's going into the beef industry or into the dairy industry. So we've had for many years a focus on good rearing of calves and the proper standards and the proper things that you need to do to rear calves. So for instance, we've been running calf health seminars with Animal Health Ireland probably for the last 10 years. We do about 10 of those every springtime, different locations around the country. So that's a very important issue for us, the rearing of the calves, but as well as that, you've got to go back before the calf is born, I think. And a lot of the issues we have with calves that are low value, we're trying to address those through sex semen to reduce the number of male dairy calves that are born, but also then in terms of the quality of beef cross calves from the dairy herd, the Dairy Beef Index that we developed in collaboration with ICBF. And we have a programme then called the Dairy Beef 500 programme, which is around rearing those calves through to beef. So look, we're trying to address that through multiple directions.
Yeah, and obviously on your Origin Green programme, a flagship programme for Bord Bia, you're selling Ireland, it's this green producer. Is that also a very important issue when we talk about welfare, when we talk about water quality, whenever you're selling that message about Ireland and produce? How crucial is that?
Well, you mentioned in one of the questions earlier about trust. So there's a correlation between trust and reputation. So we're trying to build a reputation of Irish agri-food products, and therefore there's a balance to be struck there. So of course welfare is important, and of course water quality is important. And it's never about one single issue. It's not. It's always we have to demonstrate the progress we're making on our carbon emissions, but also on our water quality and also on welfare. They're interchangeable, and I know sometimes that it comes across as all of these different demands made on producers. But we are questioned on these things, and different markets have different emphasis on these things. So in the Dutch market, for example, they have a very big interest in animal welfare. So that's something that is going to be demanded of from our customers there. Water quality is important. Obviously, we market Irish food on the basis of its environment and the cleanliness of it. So all of these things come into play.
Yeah. And of course, a key issue for farmers today at the Ploughing Championship is nitrates, the derogation. Where do you think we're headed?
Well, look, we've had the Minister and the Commissioner saying that the review is taking place, and that as a result Ireland is heading to 220 for large areas of the country. And I suppose the fine-tuning of that map still has to take place, where exactly the boundaries of it are. And I think the job for us now as an advisory organisation will be to work with the farmers that are affected, see how does it affect their individual situation, and what for them are the best things that they can do on their individual farm, because there's not a one-size-fits-all solution here, and different responses will be best, or will be best on different farms. So that's the job we will have now over the next couple of months, is working with farmers that are looking at having to reduce down to 220, and working out the best plan for them to minimise the impact on their profitability. And there's no, we can't sugarcoat it. This will impact on profitability of dairy farms that have to reduce their stocking rate. So trying to do that in the least painful way possible for them, but also in a way that the changes will actually contribute to improving water quality.
Yeah, and it's not just a farmer-only problem, sure it isn't. It impacts across the sector because it will have a knock-on effect.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's two dimensions to this, really. There is an increasing push for greater environmental legislation, greater demands in terms of water quality, and that is going to have an impact, as Frank said. So from our perspective, we have to look then at how we try and extract more value per unit out of the marketplace. That's a longer term play, but that's ultimately where that's going to head.
Do you think there is an issue that people perhaps do not understand or are aware of what farmers are already doing?
I think there's a job of work for all of us to do to try and demonstrate the really heavy initiatives that farmers are undertaking, their strong commitment to do that. We know that. People in Teagasc know that. We have the evidence of it from all the data that we collect from farms. There's an awful lot of good things happening. And I think it's really important, actually, that message and hopefully, something like the ploughing that gets national attention on farming is an opportunity to demonstrate the really positive things, because I think farmers are frustrated that they're sometimes cast in this light that they're against some of this thing, when in fact they're not.
Yeah. There are, though, a lot of demands on farmers now, even more so sort of now whenever we see the issues around climate and the challenges that lie ahead. Do you feel that there's enough investment going in the ground to support farmers on that? Do you think that there's more needs to be done there?
Yeah, look, there's a huge amount being asked of farmers now to address in running their business. A huge transformation is being asked of farmers in terms of how they run their businesses. And I suppose, we're there to provide advice and to do the research to see what are the best measures to take and the best ways to change the system. But look, there's a big job of the whole of industry, I think, to support farmers in this. The processors who buy products off farmers, have a role to play in this in terms of, providing incentives to people that do actually take on new initiatives and new changes on their farms. And also the policymakers have a job here. And I suppose there's also, a job for all of us to try to explain the complexity of these things. Like the nitrates, it's not a simple thing, right? We'll cut the stocking rate and water quality improves. You put your money in and you take your money out.
But that's not what Teagasc research has found.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's a complex issue, and I think probably what frustrates farmers is that maybe people think it is a simple answer and a simple lever. We pull the stocking rate lever and we get better water quality. For a start, it's not as simple as that.
Yeah.
It's how those stocking rate adjustments are made. But I suppose there are other things that can be done on farms that will lead to improvements in water quality, and that's maybe some of the frustration that's there, that farmers would say, well, look, I've done these things, I've done them in the last year, and I know our Teagasc are telling me they're going to improve water quality, but why haven't we waited for that? And look, that's I suppose part of the frustration that is there with farmers, that those measures didn't get a chance to work, for us to see the impact of them. But look, hopefully those measures are going to be very important, that we do implement them, because I think it is, we have to go back and say we do need to improve our water quality. So those measures are the measures that will contribute to doing that.
Do you think, though, we are on the cusp of a change in how we farm in Ireland?
I think we're in the middle of a change. As long as I've been around, and I've been around a good while now, farming has changed an awful lot. It's very different now than it was 10 years ago or 20 years ago. So, look, I think we are on a journey where more care is taken in terms of how we impact on the environment. So we see huge change in terms of the way farmers are fertilising their fields. You know, they're making far better use of slurry. That's through better timing of when they put it out, and also using low emissions application equipment, which gets better value out of that slurry. We see a huge reduction in the amount of, in particular, nitrogen fertiliser being used, probably down about 30% over the last 2 years. So farmers have adjusted their systems to cope with that, and they've been able to do that by things like putting on more lime, because it frees up soil nitrogen. This low emission slurry spreading, they're getting more value out of their organic manures. They're putting in clover, both white clover for grazing swards and red clover for silage swards, and they're a bit more judicious in how they use the nitrogen. So, you know, instead of well, the regulation has caught up with this, but a lot of farmers had moved away from mid-January nitrogen to waiting until February when grass growth was better. That's now a regulation. So farmers, I think, are on that journey of change and have done a huge amount in terms of adjusting and adapting their systems so that they will have less impact on the environment.
And Jim, how much of that is being driven by the market too, though?
Well, I think there's you know, huge regulatory change, but as I mentioned earlier, many of the big customers of Irish food have their own targets, and they want to achieve net zero by some of them by 2035, 2040. So they are looking to the marketplace to see how that can be achieved, and they're realising obviously that some of that has to come from primary production, from farmers. So this is something that is getting, as you know, once upon a time 2030 seemed like a long time away. Yeah. Now it's narrowing, and there's a greater urgency. So I think, you know, the comment that Frank was making earlier, that, you know, there's always been a time of change. I think what's different now maybe is that it's the pace and the scale of change has probably changed, and you know, technology is moving quickly all the time as well.
And what would you say Irish farmers need to get better at?
Well, look, I suppose all of us, we could say you need to get better at something, but Irish farmers, I'd start that by saying Irish farmers do a really good job. You know, we produce some of the best quality food in the world. We do it in a very sustainable way, and it's not an industry that throws a lot of profit at you, so farmers have to be very careful in how they run their business. I suppose, look, I go back to what I said at the start. It is about the impact in the environment. We have to get better maybe at the decision making that we make around how our business are going to impact on the environment. But look, farmers are, I think, very much up for that challenge. There's a lot of supports, whether it's through Teagasc or other organisations. Board Bia, the quality assurance schemes now put a big focus on that. So I think the supports are there. I think farmers need encouragement rather than being bet into it. And we're certainly open for business for helping farmers on that change.
And where would you see Irish farming in 5 years' time?
I would see Irish farming, you know, it's very hard to crystal ball gaze around how markets will develop, but look, I think the fundamentals, as we say, are sound. You know, that we produce a product, mainly dairy and meat, that's in high demand, growing demand. We're seen as a good place to produce that. So I think that demand is going to remain there, and I think if we can adapt our systems to stay ahead of the posse in terms of our environmental credentials, there's always going to be a very strong market for Irish dairy and beef produce. So I think farmers will have a good future ahead of them in that. Certainly, yes, there's changes that are going to be made, but look, fundamentally, I think we're in the business of food production, and we're going to stay in that business.
And Jim, you're optimistic for the future too?
I am optimistic because I think farmers have always been shown that they're able to adapt, and I think that in 5 years' time they will have demonstrated and we'll have the evidence to show the positive change that have been made, and that will be encouraging to the marketplace but also to the farming community, and will encourage them to do more and to do that better.
Jim O'Toole, Chief Executive of Board Bia, and Frank O'Mara from Teagasc, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks, Francis.
Thank you.
The Adair machinery stand. I'm joined by William Cuddy, and William is involved in sales with the company. And William, a soft day here at the ploughing, as we'd say, down our end of the country. I'm from Kerry, you're in Limerick, just across the border. So, but look, it's not going to dampen the spirit.
Yeah, we would say the same ourselves. I think a soft day is generous. It started off very, very wet, but still, there's people coming, and you can see through the laneways that there's more and more people coming in all the time. I'm not sure what the car parks are going to be like, especially later in the week, but we'll worry about that then.
Absolutely, absolutely. So as I said, we're here at the Dairy Machinery stand. A lot of people coming, having a look. Tell us a little bit about the company. As I said, you're based in Limerick.
So this year has been a huge year for Dairy Machinery because we celebrated 40 years in business. Now, I can take very little credit for that. It's actually my parents, David and Marion, who started the business back in 1983. So this year we geared around 2 events. One was our own open house event back in July, which had the same weather. When we planned it back in January to have it, we were not expecting to have such biblical weather, and for some reason for Ploughing, we've always had the same weather then as well. But we have brought a lot of new machines over from Bobcat, both for our open house event and for the ploughing, and it's really exciting because this year Bobcat have launched so many different products, and we actually have a bit of a taste of those on the stand here for the next 3 days.
So you are the Bobcat distributor for Ireland.
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
How long has that arrangement been going on?
Since 2015. Yeah, since 2015. So we cover Munster, Leinster.
Yeah. And tell us a little bit about the brand.
There's very few people. It's one of those brands where people instantly recognise the name. Okay, and with their range of skid-steer loaders, they somewhat transcended that industry. People would often refer to some of our competitive machines as Bobcats then as well. But I think what's really surprising people is the whole range of equipment that they have. They're not just loaders, they're not just millimeters and telehandlers. They now have a range of compact equipment. They've entered the ground care maintenance equipment division then too. A range of compact tractors and small loaders then as well. And of course, they've introduced a larger series of loaders dedicated for the agri customer and as well. So a huge portfolio of products.
And have they developed that in response to demand? They're seeing that gap in the market that they can use their expertise and develop those other range of products?
Massively so. It's a real pleasure to work with a brand like Bobcat because they're constantly innovating. They're always looking for feedback. And I've worked with other brands in the past where you've provided feedback and they've never done anything with it. Whereas you can actually speak directly with the product team. In fact, some of them are actually here today, and part of their brief is actually meet and speak with customers and see what they like and what they don't like for the next round of product updates. But normally, when you provide the feedback to them, you can see those changes implemented to the next generation of equipment coming through them as well.
And it shows how the customer matters in that whole supply chain then as well.
And it's really exciting for us as well because we've come ploughing for the last 33 or 34 years. We come to it every single year, and it's great to have a new range of products that we can actually showcase. And we managed it last year, and again we've done that this year as well.
So you told me there before we started recording that you've been here 2 weeks ago bringing these machines in. So what is new on the stand? What has Bobcat brought? What has the Dairy Machinery brought this year to ploughing for farmers to look at?
So this year we have a full range of skid-steer loaders, from one of the smallest to some of the biggest. This year we also have the loaders on tracks, which is a real novelty, but I'll go over that now in a minute. We have a full range of Bobcat mini excavators, going from 1 ton to 6 ton, a range of dedicated agricultural telehandlers, a new range of loaders, and of course this year Bobcat have launched compact tractors, which is very exciting for us. That's a product that we used to do once upon a time, whereas now we're back in that field again, and we have 2 of their 35 horsepower compact tractors here. But really, I think the big star of our stand today has to be only one machine. It's called a Bobcat T86. It's the biggest Bobcat track loader in the world. It's the first time it's been shown here at Ploughing. It's like nothing you've ever seen before in planting equipment in terms of the spec, what it can lift, the power and the amount of attachments and versatility that you can actually have.
Tell us some of the specs, because clearly this is a big favourite of yours on this
It most certainly is, yeah, it most certainly is. So with a loader like that, first of all, it's coming in at 105 litres, and it has 160 litres minimum of flow, which Bobcat have never had before, and we call this feature super. And it's amazing to see how the loaders have evolved, because you now have Bluetooth inside in your cab. You have a heated air seat, you've got ride control, you've got torsion on the car suspension, reversing fan, all these features that were never available a couple of years ago are now all as standard.
Probably a lot of farmers with loaders are just saying, I don't have that in mine.
But to be fair, a machine like this is probably a little bit too big for most farm yards throughout the country, but you're seeing it now in a lot of civils and stuff applications now too. But of course, that type of spec is creeping into a lot of the other machines too. Our new agri loader, it's a 5-ton loading shovel. Bluetooth, rear camera, reversing fan, air conditioning, all is standard in that now. So people are starting to like their creature comforts a bit more.
Absolutely, and so they should.
Definitely. I think if you want to, I suppose, be progressive, you have to keep investing in your equipment. Likewise, for your own staff, they have to have the right spec of the machine to get them to actually entice them to drive it and operate it.
welcome back to the National Ploughing Championship here on the Agriland Pavilion 2023. Now, forget all the speculation about whether there's going to be a general election next year, and let's talk about the race to become president of one of the biggest farming organisations in Ireland. We have an exclusive interview here with Martin Stapleton, who is currently the IFA National Treasurer, and Francie Gorman, who is the IFA South Leinster Regional Chair. You're very welcome to the Agriland Pavilion. And first of all, Francie, tell me why you want to be president of the IFA.
Essentially, I suppose I grew up going to IFA meetings and demonstrations and seeing the power of IFA and the influence we could have across the political spectrum. And I really, I suppose, I want to return IFA to its roots, if you want to call it, restore that power that we once had within the organisation, and put us in a position to be able to go into government and engage in whatever the issue is on the day and get delivery for farmers. I look back, particularly over the last 10 to 15 years, I think we've lost that. I think we've lost touch with members on the ground. I think you know, what I feel myself is I know the organisation inside out. I'm good with people. I believe I can communicate that good, strong, positive message for farmers in the media across all strands, and that's important. It can't be not just the agri-media, but mainstream media, social media. We need to up our game there as well. We need to make sure, and I hear it from our own county chairs, that sometimes they don't know what's going on in the organisation. So that's why I'm running. There's a huge number of issues there at the moment. I suppose you can really only deal with an issue as they come across your desk one by one. And I feel that over the last number of years, we haven't planted a flag on any issue.
Okay.
And if you don't do that, you're going to be taken for granted.
Okay. And Martin, why do you want this job?
I want to lead the defence of farmers against the number of different ways we're under attack at the minute. I suppose, and I know from talking to Francie, I didn't get into IFA to be president, but I found as I went along through it, I was able to make a huge difference for farmers. Put huge work in my time as Farm Business Chair, made a huge difference from a point of view of putting in the pre-budget submissions, getting money for the different sectors, innovative. We designed, we played a part at least in designing the first low-cost loan scheme, which has gone on not just in agriculture now, but in many sectors and across a lot of small and medium enterprises. So I found it to be a real way to make a difference in Irish society. As my time as Treasurer, I've seen the way the organisation works. I've seen what can make a difference. I've seen what works for farmers and what doesn't work for farmers. And I believe going forward that I can do this job. And Francie, you'll forgive me for saying it because I'm sure you'll think the same, but I believe I can do this job better than anybody else. And I think farmers really need now, because of the amount of different ways we're under attack, I think farmers need the best representation that they can get.
And what makes you different from Martin then?
I'm better.
Well, you're saying that you're saying this on the home ground today now. You're just, you've got your support with you because you're just up the road now. But what actually makes you different from Martin to get this job? Well, you're in the presidential race now. It's not. It's time for the gloves to come off.
I think I'm more opinionated. I think if I have a view, I've always expressed it, 100%. And I'd say it might be the only view in the room, but if I believe it needs to be said, I'll say it. And anyone that's worked with me over the last 25 years since I became involved in IFA, and particularly in the last 10 to 15 years since I became involved at a senior level in it, knows that I'm proactive. If I believe if there's an issue that needs chasing down, you chase it down. Not in a week's time, immediately. And I've a good record of delivery as county chair. I would have pushed particularly on the beef side of the house. I know in this county it was a huge issue. Beef farmer incomes. We organised 2 major meetings in the county at very short notice and got huge attendances at them. And I think what you need to be able to do as a president of IFA, if you have to be told the issues on a given day, you're not qualified for the job. You have to know what the issues are and go after them immediately.
When I saw this man outside the Department of Agriculture protesting about the issues. So Martin, why should you beat Francie to the job?
Francie thinks he's more opinionated. I know that I'm more opinionated. I think that
across a whole series of issues. I pick the place to be, I stand my ground, and I don't walk backwards. And I've always been like that. I find the place, the right position to take on any issue that comes up along, and I stand my ground on that issue. And I think having an ability to draw a line in the sand and say, up until that point we'll work, we'll compromise, but we can't go any further than that. I think that's what differentiates me from Francie. I think I'm more strategic than he is. I think I have more of a long-term view, and I think I'm more consistent in my opinions.
So both of you have said that you want to build the reputation of the IFA again, that you want to become a stronger lobby. But you are both in the organisation at the moment. So how are you going to make a difference if you're president?
Well, if you're president of IFA, you have huge responsibility first and foremost. You have the you can influence positively the incomes of farmers across all sectors in the country by your actions. And how do you make a difference? I mean, on any given day, an issue will come up, and you've got to decide, number one, what you want. You've got to go in and be prepared. If it's the Department of Agriculture or the Department of Finance, you've got to be prepared to go in and proactively put forward your ideas. But the downside of that is that you have to come out and sell them to your own members. And I don't believe we've been doing that enough. We were not getting in there early enough with the department. And look, the people that went before us in this organisation, I remember in our own branch, marched to Dublin as a young man in '66 for the right to be able to go in and negotiate on behalf of farmers. And if that's been denied to us now, we need to be prepared to take whatever action is necessary on a given day to make sure that's restored. And I do feel at the moment that that is been denied to us for whatever reason. It's hard to say. Maybe it's an offshoot of COVID and the fact that meetings were held online, and maybe there's an arrogance around how senior people in the Department of Agriculture believe that they can design policy, design it on a laptop, and try to apply it at farm level. It's not farm simulator we're playing here. It's real life. It's big business. It impacts on people's ability to make a living, and those people don't understand how farms operate on the ground, and they need to engage with farm organisations like ourselves that are serious about what we do, that have good people working for us, that are able to put policy together and understand how it works, and get in there and engage with us.
But Martin Stapleton has always said that farmers should have the right to farm their family farm, that they shouldn't be restricted. And so how are you going to make your policies different than Francie's? There's a lot of stuff that unites you. What sets you apart? Like what makes you different there?
Well, my focus, and I can only work on my own focus for the president, is that we need, as an organisation, we need to communicate way better. We need, first of all, to communicate amongst ourselves inside in the farm centre. All of us who have jobs, voluntary jobs, I must add, as officers leading the different sectors. We need to communicate with each other way better. And we need to get to a decision-making process, which we have failed to do for the last number of years, a decision-making process that sees compromise between the different sectors so that we can all focus on uniting together. I believe we failed strongly to do that. We also need to communicate much, much better with our members. Too many of our members have no idea what the limits of the organisation are, how the organisation works, what it can achieve, and critically, they don't have an opinion or knowledge of what we actually do achieve. We've sold that really badly over the years. To a certain extent, we've been too modest.
So do you both agree with each other there then? Is that your common path? You know, there's no difference there. You're saying you need to communicate better. You're pretty much saying you need to communicate better too. It's a reputational. So where's the difference then? Whenever if I'm an IFA member and I'm saying, who will I vote for? What's the difference
Francis,
here?
One of the things I'm going to do is as president of the IFA, I am going to change the method by which we communicate, whereby we have a system where the only person who communicates on behalf of the association is the president and then the senior voluntary officers. We have tremendously knowledgeable staff in the farm centre, from the Director General down, who I think need to be empowered. And it will be a substantial change for the association. They will be empowered to get out and to represent us, as well as the president and the senior officers. Because we can't have a situation anymore where this knowledge is inside and it's not getting out of the farm centre.
And what do you think, Francie?
Well, I think first and foremost, when people look for president of IFA, they look for someone that that he or she himself is able to communicate the message themselves. It's easy to say you hand the responsibility over to staff or somebody else, but you need to be prepared to communicate that message yourself as president. Unquestionably, when farmers look for somebody to vote for as president of IFA, the first thing they will say is he good in the media? Is he confident enough to make the points, get our message across in a strong, positive way? And I still believe that the president of IFA, first and foremost, has to be a good communicator. I think I can do that job. I've done it. I've proven in the past I can do it. And I think, for me, I'm more of a team player. I honestly believe that. I will work with my county chairs in the South Leinster region. Ask any of them. We worked together as a good team for the last 3 years. I don't look to step out in front of them. If there's an issue that's of importance, we'll say, and I'll use an example like sheep in County Wicklow. I would have encouraged the chairman in Wicklow to make sure we had a sheep meeting, which we had in Tinnahealy, to highlight the issues. The same in the Rewetting issue in Offaly. We've got to work. If you want to communicate first and foremost.
What's the one big issue, though? What's the one big issue that both of you think is the key at the moment?
There's no question at the moment. The issue today is how we're being perceived in the media on environmental issues, and how the constraints of environmental regulation is impacting on our farm incomes. And we have got to be prouder in how we stand up for farmers. We produce food for 40 million people, and maybe Pippa Hackett's here today. She dissed that here in this constituency not too long ago. That's a massive, massive achievement. When you look where we came from in 1973 to the industry we have today, we've got to stand up and be more proud of how we sell that industry and the positives of it. That's along with income. Income is always an issue. But the current issue is that, no question.
And for you?
It's lack of respect. It's the lack of respect that farmers feel they get for all that they do for this country. The lack of respect we feel is we get from the government, and then, I mean, we've the issues for the last couple of weeks coming up there, and they just epitomise. The government made their decisions without any proper and meaningful interaction between us. There's no respect there coming from the farmer organisations, and critically as well, the lack of respect that we have now from many of the farmers in the country. I want to drive this association so we get our farmer members to sit up and say, yeah, we are proud of the IFA again, and the non-farmer members too, who always were proud, and the non-member farmers who were always took note of the IFA. I want to get that back. So it's lack of respect for me is the single biggest issue.
Okay. Francie Gorman, Martin Stapleton, in the race to be the next IFA president. Thank you very much for joining us here today.
So we've just dropped into the Whelan stand, and I'm joined by Philip English, who's the managing director, and Leonard Hovenden, who is the product manager at the company as well.
We're 30 years since we were incorporated. So that's when Whelan Group took an ownership of the company, and it's great to celebrate it here at the Ploughing Match this year in the rain and the muck.
Oh, but that won't stop us having fun, I'd say, for the birthday anyway.
Absolutely not.
Philip, tell us a little bit about Whelan. Where are you based, and how many are employed, and the nuts and bolts of the company, I suppose.
So we're a Whelan Group owned sales company. We're based in Kilkenny in the Hebron Industrial Estate. We have a team of 23 people covering sales and marketing, after sales, logistics, finance. So basically the whole lot in one shop.
Okay, so Leonard, I suppose the farmers are going to want to know what's new on the stand here this year. What can they expect to see if they come down here to Ratheniska over the next few days?
So this year we have a variety of machines on display across all our different portfolios. On the arable side we have the new trailed enduro cultivator, which is first time being shown at the Irish market. Also what's new is the Helios mechanical weeder, so it's new to the market as well. So some interesting and innovative products that have been displayed this year. Also we have our award-winning 6-metre U-drill, trail drill, which is proven very popular in the market and also on display. And also we have our new generation plough in the 3300S, so some very interesting machines to see on the arable sector. Then in the harvesting side of the house, we have our fast bale, award-winning fast bale baler and wrapper combination, and our 6500F fixed chamber baler as well.
But also we have a range of products from our silo king feeders and also our McConnell hedge cutters as well. So we have a variety of machines for people to have a look and inspect and ask questions and see what, if anything, takes their appetite.
And tell us a little bit about the arable products, because you said they're brand new, they're just out of the wrapper, so to speak, here at the ploughing. And what can farmers expect from those?
Yeah, I suppose with increased pressure with pesticides being reduced from EU legislation, the mechanical weeder is a new product and a new area for us to enter into, so it'll be interesting to see the appetite and the interest customers and farmers have for that machine. It's a new venture for us, so we're excited to get into that area. So it'll be interesting to see what the uptake and feedback is from the customers and what they think of it.
Yeah, and I suppose, Philip, it's a show like the National Ploughing Championships. It's the ultimate shop window, isn't it, essentially? And it's the way to meet the customers face to face.
Yeah, it really is to have 300,000 people coming to visit us over 3 days. It's a chance for us to display, the very best that we offer in machinery, and it is a shop window. So definitely. We're hoping that we get big crowds to come and see us today.
Yeah, and I suppose the farmers are under pressure. Leonard was mentioning about all of the regulations, all the environmental considerations that farmers have to do. But against that, then you have pressures. You might not have the labour unit, so the machinery has to step up and take that place as well.
Absolutely. You've got restrictions coming in a chemical or a pesticide level. You have restrictions in terms of access to labour. There's so many pressures going against the farmer that we believe the right solution is a machine that can do more, produce more output, less inputs in terms of pesticides. That's what we've showcased here today as well.
Yeah. And Leonard, I suppose in terms of financing for these, I mean, Philip mentioned that in-house, that's something that you look at here as well. And, we were speaking, with other machinery stands here as well. And obviously the new round of TAMs is very helpful for capital investment as well. And no doubt your customers will be availing of those kind of grants as well.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Especially within the crop care side of the business with the spreaders, the GPS controlled spreaders and the sprayers as well, both mounted, trailed and self-propelled, all GPS controlled to reduce pesticide application. So you have to be more careful about where you're placing your inputs, and obviously the TAMS grants allow to invest in those types of machines. But also on the arable side, when it comes to seeding and cultivation, there is opportunities there for certain machines that fall into that category as well. So it's important to promote the industry, the tillage industry, along with our dairy and livestock and sheep industry as well. So we have something to cater for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, look, that is the goal, to increase the tillage area is the plan. So, I mean, having this type of machinery is hopefully going to help that as well, and help farmers to work efficiently and smarter and quicker and as much as they can do, yeah.
That's it, exactly. And with weather windows becoming such shorter and more difficult, we're going through a very difficult harvest.
Yeah.
Even back to the spring was very difficult, and the autumn before that was very difficult to get work done and seed in the ground. So farmers need to be more efficient, get the job done quicker. We have the machines and the tools available for them to get that job done quicker and more efficiently, and at the end of the day, put more money in their pocket.
So we're here at the Keepack stand at Ploughing 2023, and I'm joined by Keepack's Jonathan Forbes. Jonathan, what's the mood like with farmers here at the moment?
Well, it's a horrible morning, I suppose, to start with, Ratheniska. So I suppose I've spoken to a number of farmers, a number of customers this morning, and I suppose it's a key time of the year for farmers to kind of reset for the winter and reset for the spring, and kind of take a view on what they're going to be doing. So kind of time to reflect on what they've done for the spring, what they've done over the summer. It's been a really difficult year, as you know. A couple of very hot months in May and June, and a couple of very wet months in July and August. cattle and sheep haven't done well. A lot of cattle that haven't come fit for slaughter on time. They've had to go in with meal, they've had to go in with feed, and it seems to be having a knock-on effect on the numbers being processed right now. So we see some cattle being rolled forward, possibly having to be housed, but definitely having to get some concentrate to get finished on time. So it's a mood of reflection, and it's a mood of looking forward to make decisions for the upcoming winter and spring.
And what are Keepack doing here at the ploughing? I suppose, what is the stand about and what are they trying to promote?
Really, I suppose, and it's a huge opportunity for the business every year to come and show a little bit about our values in terms of how we want to operate, a little bit about our programs. It's also about meeting the team and meeting our suppliers. We don't view this very much as a business event, but it's very much a meet and greet event. So we're obviously sharing the stand today with Certified Irish Angus, which we've done for the last number of years. It's a very good layout, as you can see. We've got our procurement team here, our ag team. So we've got some of our sustainability team here. We also got site managers. So it's just all about meeting and greeting, having the conversations, and perhaps some food, some teas, coffees, and some food as well.
And I suppose, Jonathan, then just on the trade at the moment, I suppose where are prices at currently? And I suppose, have you got any sort of an outlook? Obviously, it's very difficult to predict, but have you any sort of an outlook on where we're at and where we're headed?
So, Breffney, it's very difficult to predict. In fairness, right? We've had a difficult year in terms of market terms. The market has been challenging. The disruption around the flow of cattle probably has disrupted that sale as well. You've seen the global beef trade really a lot of disruption in it as well. Australian beef is back 30%, American beef is up 30%. That's all had knock-on effects even within the European trade. So the cattle, like I've said, haven't come through like we would have foreseen. So there's cattle being rolled forward because they're not fit to kill. So I suppose the question mark is, do those cattle roll forward and get slaughtered in October, November before housing time? Or do farmers elect to put them to the shed and feed them and have them perhaps more so in January, February? So there's a few unknowns, I think, in terms of establishing where the supply piece is going to be. From a market point of view, it still remains challenging. And
I suppose we had seen last year, Jonathan, that manufacturing beef was doing a lot of the heavy lifting for the trade. Is that still the case, or has that changed?
No, you're absolutely right. There's a massive uplift in the value of manufacturing meat last year, and we've seen a lot of that value actually come back out of it this year, as the market's kind of more normalised, is what I'd say. So yeah, value has come out of that, the manufacturing meat for sure.
And then as regards steak meat and the prime cuts, what kind of direction are they looking?
I suppose from our own business point of view, we're very much focused on the retail spec animal, and we have our commitments to supply year round on the retail spec animal. So that's probably held reasonably well. So that's probably a view on that.
And then I suppose dealing on with the dairy calf to beef and the suckler calf to beef, I suppose what aspects do you focus on in both of them sectors, I suppose, as working in Keepack?
Yeah, dairy beef, has a huge role to play. We have our 2020 club that we're here promoting today as well and providing information on. We're seeing huge growth in it. We've made changes to it and invested further. Turlon and Keepack have both invested further in the programme this year, and we've relaunched it again. And we've seen even further interest in the programme. So it's something that we're committed to. Genetics, the technical support, and producing the animal between 260 and 400 kilos. We cannot forget the suckler animal. It has been the cornerstone of our meat industry and how we've marketed our image of the product. As a business, we're procuring over 20% of the heifers nationally. So that suckler bred heifer is a huge role within our business. If we can manage to produce the steers under 400 kilos efficiently, they're obviously very, very suitable to us as well. And there's huge opportunity, in terms of sustainability, the commitments around emissions reductions to reduce the age of slaughter and perhaps finish a lot of these cattle younger and under 400 kilos.
Jonathan, thank you very much.
So we're here at the Pearson's Milking Technology tent, and we're here with Shane. So,
yeah, how you doing? So Shane is my name. I'm in charge of sales in Ireland. I'm working with Pearson Milking Technology 10 years, and this year we're celebrating our 75th anniversary.
Yeah. So obviously it's a wet and kind of dreary day here. It's the first day of the ploughing, but like, what can people expect to see here at your tent?
Yeah, so this year we're bringing some new innovations. We're probably focusing a lot on technology this year. So we have the bullseye model there for recording body condition score. We also have the vision system, which links to our feed to yield. That'll give additional inputs into information such as heat dates, dry off dates, and a lot of other accessories that way. And then we also have our standard keypads, so that's our technology within the parlour to help improve efficiencies and minimise waste.
Okay. And in terms of the bullseye technology that you're talking about, is that kind of could you install that in any farm, or would you have to have a Pearson system already, or is it?
No, it can actually we're lucky that we can install it to any system, so you can go into a dairy farm or a beef farm. It can be retrofitted to a crush or a drafting race, so any farmer that has livestock can benefit from this. And that can be a standalone system on an app that you don't need to be a Pearson customer or subscribe to us.
Yeah, and I suppose obviously you're celebrating 75 years here at the Plough. There was a little bit of an event here this morning, earlier on today. So just tell us a bit about the company and where it's come from. I know you're South Clare, a Thai-based company, and you're still very much in the growth phase.
100%, yeah. So we're based in Athy, which is obviously a very central location, and then we work through a network of dealers around the country. So ourselves, we service and maintain within an hour radius of Athy, and then our dealers take over from there. But yeah, we've been in business 75 years, and I suppose a lot has changed in them times. We came from using buckets and stools to very high-tech equipment now with technology. We see ourselves pushing further, as I said, with technology in the future, and we're exploring a lot of markets now in countries such as Asia and further afield to improve their efficiencies.
And like, obviously you mentioned technology here a lot. Like, I suppose, how important is technology for the dairy farmer or even the beef farmer? Like, I suppose farms are getting bigger, so technology is vital nearly.
100%, yes. So every farmer will tell you their biggest pain at the moment is labour and efficiency of labour as well. So technology reduces the need to have extra additional knowledge, so you can rely on a light system. So we offer a green light, red light system to make the units work. So green is good, red is stop. Yeah. So if you've never milked a cow in your life before, everybody understands the concept of green and red. And we have blue lights for health alerts. So it's basically reducing the need for very skilled labour and then reducing the amount of extra physical work on farm to do.
Yeah, and I suppose, like, is it very like kind of basic technology that most farmers are going for? I presume like they like the kind of simple, like not the simple add-ons that will improve their livestock, but something that's not really complex either.
100%, yeah. So the farmer, I suppose, doesn't like the idea of sitting down at a laptop or a computer to milk the cow. So we do have to make it easy to use. But there is certain herds that will have a farm manager in place that they might interpret a lot more of the data, and they will also get benefit from that as well, like, you know. Yeah. So yeah, technology, nearly every single machine in the country now has technology in it in some form or other.
Yeah. And in terms of the kind of the trends and in terms of parlour sales you're seeing, what is the popular parlour at the minute? Like, is it still your basic herringbone, or?
I would say our bread and butter machine is still a 20-unit swing-over style parlour. Cluster movers, dump line, air gates, feeding system. Probably a little add-on this year would be the TAMS 3 grant has brought about a milk meter grant, which is going to improve milk recording and again link it onto systems like feed to yield. So we're probably in the honeymoon phase of the TAMS 3. In the next 6 months we'll probably see the benefit of that kicking in when people get approvals.
Yeah, and in terms of, obviously you have the rotary systems as well. What are you kind of seeing them? Is it 30 up, or what is it, 40?
I suppose nearly our line in the stand now is 40 plus, to be honest. Now there is options, you can go smaller, but you're getting too many cows going around the second time in the smaller units. So yeah, 40 plus units probably. Again, our sweet spot is probably 50 unit machine. Again, with a lot of technology developed around the one-person operation for most of the year. Yeah. And you're trying to get the benefit of lights, as in green light, red light for dump, So you can just keep upping on the units and you're having to rely on leaving your milking position to go away. And these machines are doing 300, 400 cows an hour easily.
Yeah.
You know, so they're designed around the bigger, I suppose, scale farms. The smaller farms, probably 200, less than 200 cows, they're still opting for a very nicely kitted swing over parlour with a nice bit of automation on it as well.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Agriland Pavilion here at the National Ploughing Championships 2023. We're joined now by the Minister for Agriculture, Food and Marine, Charlie McConalogue. Minister, you're very welcome here. Tell us, you've just been back from Brussels, you were talking about nitrates, you had the meeting with the European Commissioner for the Environment and he's coming to Ireland.
Yeah, so listen, first of all, Francis, good to be with you and congratulations to yourself and Cormac and all the Agriland team here for the great marquee you have and the coverage you're giving throughout the ploughing as well, which is you have a great track record on doing now over many ploughings. So listen, yeah, just back last night from Brussels, obviously with the monthly European Council meeting, but I also met the European Environment Commissioner, who's also the Fisheries Commissioner, so I would have a lot of engagement with him. And listen, I had invited him previously to come to Ireland, and obviously the Taoiseach is issuing a letter to invite him as well, and he indicated that he would be accepting our invitation to come. So I look forward to getting him to come. But I suppose, it's important to be clear and straight with farmers in terms of where we are. I had put together, working with the farmer representatives organisations and the water quality stakeholder group over July, sought submissions and ideas from them that we could put into a submission to try and convince the Commission to reopen the derogation process and to do a statutory amendment to it to allow us to keep the 250. We made that submission to the Commissioner then in August. I met him at the very start of September after he returned to try and to see if we could step that forward. But he's been crystal clear that given the Commission's position is that we're one of only 3 member states that have a derogation to farm at higher than 170, and that their view as ours is the most flexible of any of the member states, that it simply wouldn't be feasible or possible to go back to member states to ask for that to be amended again so soon, and particularly against the backdrop, most importantly, of not having our water quality data not having met the thresholds.
So what's his point really in the Commissioner coming?
Well, the point is we have a big battle now in our hands to keep the derogation we have and to get it renewed whenever it expires at the end of 2025. The Commission, given the quality of water data that we have over the last 10 years as such, they wanted a lower threshold than the 220 in the negotiations we had back in late 21. We fought hard to get it up to the 220, but that's the backdrop now where we're at. That they wanted that to be lower. Other member states are having theirs lowered. The other 2 that have it, theirs lowered as well, and are under that pressure. So our objective in working collectively together with all farmers and all representatives now is to step out that work that puts us in a position to have a good derogation that maintains what we have, but with conditionality and terms and conditions that suit our farming system as best possible.
But there's no guarantee that derogation.
No, there's not. And listen, if we're not making progress in relation to water quality, we'll be in an even more challenging position at the end of 25 than we have been now. So there's no guarantees whatsoever. It's a derogation from the norm. It requires other member states who have to follow that norm to actually allow us that extra flexibility. And they'll simply require that we show improving water quality if they're to actually be asked to grant that.
So is there an argument that Ireland should just cut its losses and move some in another direction?
No, there's an argument that we all have to work collectively together to improve our water quality and to really effectively manage our nutrients. Because we have good reasons why we should be able to have a derogation. We have a longer growing season than other countries, better shoulder seasons, springs, autumns. It's also, we're grass based, and our grass can take up more nutrients and utilize more nutrients than what would happen in other countries, which wouldn't have the same length of growing season and indeed wouldn't necessarily have the same temperate climate that facilitates the uptake of nutrients from the soil into grasses to grow grass and to grow crops. So there's a good reason why we have it. But to get it, other member states have to approve it, and they'll only be willing to do that if we can show that we're improving water quality.
So we've had very mixed weather here today at the Ploughing Championships. but you know what it's like to be somewhat in the eye of the storm, because we've had a lot of farmer protests in the last couple of weeks. How has that impacted on your work on a day-to-day basis?
Oh, listen, I mean, I'd be very focused in terms of what I have to do and my responsibilities. And I know how challenging and how difficult this is, and how undesirable an outcome it is. As much as we were concerned that this is what was in the offing, it's something that really impacts. But listen, that's whenever that's whenever the responsibility comes on you when you're the minister to really show the leadership required to set the pathway forward and to communicate where we're at, and then to work with everyone in terms of how we improve our position. So, I've been very focused in terms of being clear and honest with farmers as to what the situation is, as to the fact that the Commission have made it absolutely clear to us that there's no prospect of it being a statutory amendment to the current derogation, and that the only game and the only show in town now is working to make sure that we renew that derogation then at 25 and keep it into the future, and getting on with that work as quickly as possible, as well as looking to see how we can work with those farmers that are impacted in relation to the 250 to 220.
Farmers are very angry though, aren't they? They're very angry and they're very frustrated. And do you think I was talking to one farmer a couple of weeks ago and they said the minister's lost the dressing room. Do you think that's fair?
No, I wouldn't agree with that at all. Listen, I mean, there's no choice open to me here other than to be clear and honest and as to where we're at, and then work to step forward and go forward. And to work. And listen, that's a difficult process because that's not where we want to be at. I don't want to be in the situation where we're seeing our derogation going to 220, or where we're in such a vulnerable position with regard to maintaining the derogation. And listen, so it's my job, but it's also everyone in the sector's job now to collectively grasp that challenge of making sure we're in a much better position at the end of 25 to keep that derogation and to have as strong a one as possible than we unfortunately have been over the last period of time.
But are there measures that can mitigate the impact on farmers?
Well, that's what I'm assessing, and my team is assessing, and also I'll work with farm representatives and with those affected, and also particularly with the Water Quality Working Group which I established, which all of the farm representatives are central to in relation to what we can do to support those farmers.
Will we see this implemented in Budget 2020?
So listen, I mean, I'm looking at all of the different schemes and pressures that are on the budget to try and deliver a strong budget. I've worked hard in the last 3 to deliver a very strong budget. We've delivered this year the highest ever increase in terms of our schemes, with a 50% government increase in our national funding commitment. But I will be assessing, and particularly through the Water Quality Group now, looking at how we support those farmers and what might be appropriate.
Yeah, will calves be in that equation?
So listen, I introduced the dairy beef calf support scheme for the first time there about 2 years ago, and I've rolled that out. I think making sure that we have the facilities in place and that we have how we manage our dairy calves central to our dairy system and fully thought of in relation to how we do dairying. That's a really important piece. That'll certainly be in the mix in the context of the budget.
But there will need to be financial support in that mix too.
Well, they already have supports in place there, but again, in the context of those, and the first step really for farmers who are affected by this is to assess how they can maintain where they're at and look to see how they can potentially, if it's available, and some parts of the country this is much more difficult than others. I just had a meeting, for example, with Christopher Sullivan, TD there now, with many farmers in West Cork, where it's really is the most challenged area, I think, in relation to the impact that this is going to be. But what we have to look across the board is what supports we can put in place. But the first protocol really to see, can we work with those farmers that are affected to make sure that opportunities are in place to export slurry to other farms that can spread it and reduce other farms' need for the use of chemical fertiliser, for example, if we actually integrate better there.
What's the ideal scenario for you there?
I think, listen, the wider principle and objective I have, and the objective of Food Vision 2030, which is our 10-year plan, is to facilitate and back our farm families to be as productive as we possibly can be in relation to food production, but making sure we use and work with our environment and use our nutrients in a way that is sensible within that. So my objective in relation to the managing our nutrients is to make sure that they're spread sensibly at the right times of year, but also where farmers have excess nutrients, that we facilitate other sectors, the same sectors or indeed other sectors such as the tillage sector, to be able to utilise those and also then reduce chemical fertilizer requirements in the process too.
There's obviously farmers are coming under extreme pressure on costs. One of the key issues they're saying is that late payments are going to really have a very hard impact on them. What is being done to maybe cushion that for farmers?
Yeah, so this is a challenge this year, and as I said before, we're in the first year of a new 5-year CAP programme, and it's the strongest ever improvement in relation to the schemes that are in place, in relation to the funding that a government has put in place to support those schemes. But given it's the first year, it's also meant that all of the schemes have been reopened or are completely new, and therefore have to be reapplied for from scratch at the start of the year. And also we have to build an entirely new system as well to be able to facilitate that. And also we've area monitoring system coming into play as well in terms of how farms return and issues are addressed as part of that processing system. So I sat down with my team at the early part of this year to make sure that we could deliver this in the best and most timely time frame possible. I wanted to hold to the dates that we always would have had, but having examined it in minute detail with the team, it was clear that that wasn't going to be possible this year. And I certainly wasn't going to be setting dates which we wouldn't be able to deliver on. So that being the case, then we set the dates back in March for which the payments would be made this year, and communicated and wrote to every farmer in the country in March to outline what the dates would be. And we've been working hard since to make sure that we can work to that timeline
So
and deliver
they're
that
not going to
timeline.
be brought forward under any circumstances?
No, this has been underway now since March and has been teed up since March, everything built since then, and farmers communicated with them. The big challenge we have now is making sure that we actually adhere to that and deliver on that. And then next year, I've made the clear commitment to farmers. Next year, then, we will return to the previous dates for all of these schemes next year. But next year, we'll be starting in a very different position. The systems will be built. Farmers will all have already applied the previous year. It'll be a rinse and repeat, and that gives us the opportunity to bring things back. But it simply wasn't going to be possible this year.
Do you understand there is a level of frustration, though, with your department, whenever we come to the late payments, issues around TAMs, decisions, there is kind of a little simmering of frustration there. Is that recognised by the department?
Listen, it's my objective and it's the department's objective to provide the best possible service to farmers. And that's the objective this year in relation to payments. And I've seen and recall back to previous first years of CAP programmes and the massive challenges there were around delayed payments. The massive challenges where when dates were set, where only half of farmers got paid in those dates, and where the whole system was collapsing on its weight because farmers then didn't get paid in the date they were expecting. They were ringing up saying where it is. I want to make sure we can tell farmers clearly when they're going to be paid this year and then deliver on that. And that's why we set in place that from the start of the year. In relation to TAMs closed at the end of July. We have a record number of applicants. We've never seen as many applicants. And last week I announced that 100% of the TAMs, so that was the end of July. The last week then I announced that 100% of those who applied and who meet the criteria will get approval. Also, that those who have applied for mobile investments, which amounts to about half of all applications, that they can go ahead immediately and actually purchase those. And I also put in place then a process whereby, because I'm aware of a number of farmers who are ready to go, who need to get work done this winter, who have to have it for the winter. And I put in place a process where they can get immediate authorization and apply to immediate to get on with that work. So, and we put that in place. Yeah. So, listen, there is big challenges involved in at the department's end as well in terms of all of this.
Sure.
But I say it's my role to provide the oversight and the leadership to make sure all that's administered as effectively as possible, and to make sure that the farmer is at the centre of the service that we're providing, because that's the reason I'm there, that's the reason the department's there, is to serve our farming sector, to serve our farm families and deliver the best possible service to them, and also the best possible service which maximises the potential of their family farms. And in fairness to the department, long before I've been there, our department has a very, very strong track record in relation to delivery of payments on time, and would be if not first, at the very, very top of the European table in relation to payment dates for schemes. And again, that's something I want to see continue.
Yeah. Do you think that your department and also yourself, you're listening closely enough to what farmers are telling you? Because we've heard feedback about the beef suckler system being underfunded, the element of the IBR testing that hasn't really hit the ground, really. And when you hear what farmers are saying back in that, then is the department actually listening?
I'm listening all the time, Francis. Here for the full 3 days. I'm here for the full 3 days every year. But right throughout the year, I get out across the country, hold public meetings across the country. When I was putting the CAP programme together, I visited a mart in every county, and each and every farmer who wanted to ask me a question or make a point got that opportunity. So it's something I value a lot. And I also feel it's always really important to talk to farmers directly and get that feedback directly. So when I'm out around today, hearing what they've actually got to say and what's really happening around, as well as talking to the representatives through the farm organisations. And listen, the day that farm organisations or representatives are saying, enough, Minister, the job is done, everything is okay, things couldn't be sweeter, the day we get to that point,
you'll retire.
Well, that will never arrive. Farm representatives have their responsibility. Their job is to maximise the pressure, get the best possible outcome for their members, and that means pointing out all the things that are wrong.
Well, you're definitely not going to hear that from tillage farmers or from sheep farmers
but listen,
this year.
just to let me finish that point. So that's their job. And then it's my job also to communicate what it is we're doing and what we're doing. So take, for example, you mentioned the IBR under the suckler scheme. So for the first time ever, this was a manifesto commitment of mine, we've delivered €200 per suckler cow through the two schemes that are in place. And that's never been delivered before, and it's something I'm very committed to. It's a battle, by the way, I have in this budget again, because €50 of that 250 or of that 200 is actually from Brexit money, which I don't have anymore. And I have to find new money for it next year. So my starting point going into this budget now is actually we're at 150, right?
Are you going to find money for sheep farmers too?
Well, and the sheep farmers as well. And I made the point earlier on that I finished all my budget engagements with all the farm representative organisations at the end of July. And when I added up all of the asks of the farm organisations of me, the total was more than the total the government has to spend in new expenditure this year. So that's the challenge that's there. But take the €200 which was there this year now in relation to the suckler cow. I saw on a poster up on the way in, Minister fixed the suckler scheme. But that relates to €15 of the 200. And the particular issue that there's a disagreement on relates to whether that €15 goes towards testing for IBR or vaccination for IBR. And we've never done testing before. So it's €15 out of 200, and it's the first time that 200 has ever been delivered. There will be disputes, but that doesn't mean that we're not working hard and we're not actually making real progress and delivering very significant extra funding to farmers either.
Yeah. Just on sheep farmers, they've obviously had a very tough time. They did want bar funding, that didn't materialise. What is in it for them now whenever we see budget funding, whenever we see funding coming down the line?
Yeah, well, so listen, I mean, it was a 20% increase in sheep funding under this cap, and I accept what sheep farmers are saying that wasn't as high a funding increase as we delivered for some other sectors. The big step I did take this year, though, to really support our sheep sector, it was the approval of everyone into acres. Because for your average sheep farmer, for example, that represents a payment of €5,500. For example, even in my own county, the level of applications we had, if we hadn't managed to get the extra funding and bring everybody in, half of the farmers, sheep farmers, and all farmers, but it's a particular high uptake among sheep farmers that applied for acres, wouldn't have got into it this year, meaning that €5,500 will be gone. So we secured that this year. But listen, it certainly is one of the key issues coming forward from farm organisations. It's a really important sector. It's a low margin sector as well, so it's certainly something I'm considering in the context of the budget.
And just on tillage farmers, obviously bringing back into the whole nitrates issue again, we do see concerns from them that they're saying they're going to be priced out of the market, that they're going to have that knock-on effect. So what supports could be in place for them?
So yeah, I am concerned by it, and tillage has been a big priority of mine. I was conscious as well that of all the sectors in the CAP reform that were impacted by convergence, for example, that the tillage sector was probably the sector that had the biggest impact there. So I put in place 2 or 3 schemes, for example, over the last 2 or 3 years, which are particularly important for the tillage sector. So I doubled the protein aid in Pillar 1, and it's the only coupling we do actually in CAP, double the protein aid, which is important for tillage farmers. But the other thing I introduced in this CAP for the first time was the new strong corporation measure, which delivers up to a maximum of €10,000 per tillage farmer who applies to that. and actually have delivered extra funding for that this year as well. And the other significant step I took then for the tillage sector was in response to the Ukrainian war and the terrible illegal invasion and the situation we have in Ukraine, which led to knock-on impacts then in relation to grain availability and price, for example. Last year, and again this year, I've run a tillage incentive scheme whereby we paid €400 a hectare for each new hectare of tillage brought into the system. So that, for the first time ever, has actually seen the area under tillage increase. So we've seen last year we saw almost a 6 to 7% increase because of that of land under tillage. That has come under pressure this year because of farmers preparing from early on in the year, dairy farmers in relation to the challenge around derogation, and it's made land availability a real challenge. And I would be worried about that.
Do you think they might get priced out of the market?
And so, well, this year, for example, the figures we have is that it went up 7% last year, but it's dropped 1% this year, okay, the area under tillage. But I would be concerned, about it. And again, it's something that's, I set up the tillage working group there about 3-4 months ago to actually address and look at this because...
Yeah. And they've delivered their report to you?
They have, yeah. They've come forward with that report. So and I'm going to
what's that saying?
I'll be assessing it in detail now. I only got it there in the last week or so. But we need to do more tillage in this country. We actually have one of the highest yields in the world in terms of tillage grown here in Ireland. It's among the highest yielding in the world. So we've great growing conditions for it.
And there is no shortage of enthusiasm from tillage farmers. What's the problem there then?
Listen, that's what I'm going to look at because, structurally we should have a larger tillage sector. It makes sense to grow more, since yields are so high here, it makes sense to do more of it nationally. We'll always talk about, South American beef, for example, and that, but yet we import a good bit of our South American tillage cereal from South America, yet we have the best yielding conditions in Ireland of anywhere in the world. So we could and we should do more of it here. And listen, that's what I want to assess. We made good progress last year, but there's a bit of pressure this year, and I would, and that's something I'm conscious of for next year, and looking at it in a fair bit of detail too.
And obviously we've had issues around the weather, so you're looking into maybe extending the slurry deadline?
So listen, I've asked, obviously it's been a challenging year, so I've asked the monitoring group to look at the technical data. There are certain criteria you'd have to meet that justifies any extension to it. So they're doing that work at the moment, and I'll have clarity on that by Friday.
And time really isn't on our side.
No, by Friday. I mean, obviously farmers within the, we see what the weather is like here today, so I'm conscious of that, and I indicated yesterday that work's underway, and I'll have an answer on that by Friday.
Yeah. And just looking outside Ireland, I know you were talking about trade deals and the possible threat of trade deals whenever you were in Brussels yesterday. How big an issue is that for us?
It's a real issue. It's really important, first of all, in relation to the standards we apply at European level, that they apply to any trade deals we sign up to. And that's a big issue in relation to the Mercosur trade deal, and that's why it's actually held up at the moment, because we're insisting that that's fully assessed with regard to that. So it's also really important to us in terms of actually having the capacity to trade, because 90% of all the food that our farm families produce actually is exported abroad. Most of it within the European Union and Britain, but a good bit outside of that too. So that capacity to trade, and for example, some of the political parties in the Dáil were objecting to the Canadian trade deal there a couple of years ago, and that's important for some of our agricultural produce too. So trade is on the round really important. If we weren't part of the wider European market, we would have 90% too much beef and milk more than what we need for our own domestic needs. So having access to high value markets and having that capacity to trade is a key pillar in which our agriculture system here works, and also really important for countries that can't produce enough for themselves to be able to benefit from that too. But they must be fair, and the standards must be consistent in relation to what we're asking the same of others that we ask of ourselves.
Yeah. This week, whenever we've been preparing for the Ploughing Championship, one of the key issues that has come back from us a lot is that farmers feel that they're not getting recognition for what they're doing, that they don't get recognition from government, and they don't perhaps get recognition from consumers. Do you think that's fair?
Yeah, I think that's a fair criticism. And, if you're...
So do you think we value farmers enough in Ireland?
No, I think there's a very strong value put in farmers, but I think certainly if you listen to the discussion that goes on a lot of the time there isn't the recognition there of what farmers are doing in the massive. So even the last week or two, for example, the discussion and the debate around the nitrates directive, in terms of how the wider public would have viewed that, this would have been massively frustrating to farmers to see, listen, this is what's been discussed. It looks like we're not doing enough, and that's the way the debate gets. So it's very hard to pull out all the stuff that we are doing, and it's massive, and get that the same airtime. And it really frustrates me that every time you see a debate in climate on TV or whatever, you look up and it's a picture of a cow in the background. So the key thing is, and there's an onus on me, but an onus on everyone in the sector. Every time we talk about this, go on the front foot and make it very clear, push back and make it very clear in relation to how much is happening. The 46,000 farmers that joined Acres, all the steps that farmers are taking to actually try and address water quality, the massive amount of work that is underway, the fact that last year to this year we reduced our emissions and maintained our food production. Those are things we need to keep communicating. And I hope that we can collectively go on the front in that regard. But the starting point needs to be acknowledging the responsibility and the role we have, and saying, yeah, we have a part to play, but it's only a part. And then telling that part, okay? Whereas, too often we can say, our reaction can be immediately, go away from me, like we're doing, and we don't get the message across. My first instinct, anytime a microphone is put in front of me or anything like that, is start telling everybody, because so many people out there don't know. We have to communicate what farmers are doing and the role farmers are playing, and that's something we all need to work hard at more.
And just finally, when will we see the European Commissioner for the Environment in Ireland?
So listen, I don't have a date on that now. He indicated to me yesterday that he would be accepting our invitation, so we'll liaise with him now. The Taoiseach is going to be writing to him as well, and we will liaise with him and facilitate that date. But the one thing the Commissioner has been crystal clear on is that the existing derogation in terms of any amendment, statutory amendment to it, isn't on the table. So our battle now, and to be clear with farmers, our challenge, and we have to work towards, is making sure and we convince the Commission and other member states for us to actually have our derogation renewed, and that we work and we show the work we're doing in terms of water quality that puts us in a position to make sure that that's the case.
Okay. Minister for Agriculture, Food and the Marine, Charlie McConalogue, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Francis. Thank you very much.
I'm with Sean from Concrete Grooving. So, Sean, can you just tell us, where was the idea of this business created?
It's basically a business to stop cattle slipping on smooth concrete. I come in and cut grooves in the existing concrete to stop cattle slipping.
And what other health and safety aspects really are there to the concrete and benefits of having the grooves in it?
Well, having the grooves in it, the first thing, you don't have to relay a new floor, so it is a lot cheaper. It helps with water runoff and stuff like that. And it helps people don't slip on it either.
And how long have you guys been doing this for?
27 years.
And how many times have you been to this show?
25 years.
And what keeps bringing you back to the show?
I get work out of it. It's the right time of year, so yeah.
And with the concrete, what kind of maintenance is there for people that do end up purchasing it? Are there any extra costs after it's already been grooved?
Nothing, exactly the same as it was before. Nothing else to do with it.
Wonderful. And touching on the concrete levy, there might be a bit of misconception that that levy might affect the cost of your product. Can you just explain how it doesn't impact it?
Seeing as I don't actually use concrete, the concrete levy doesn't impact my prices at all. So it's of no impact in my business, we'll say. Yeah.
Where was the idea originally from for you to go and do this?
Original idea, I was farming myself, and I had a collecting yard that was very slippery. I was throwing sand in it to stop cows slipping. So I met someone at this show, and they came and grooved it for me to stop them slipping. And then he wanted to sell the business, so I bought the business off of him.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
And how long does the whole process take for farms when you come in and do it? Or does it all depend obviously on the size?
It depends on the size. You do 40 or 50 square yards an hour, roughly, something like that.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much. I hope the show will go to plan for you today and the weather's a bit kinder.
I hope it improves, yep, that's it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
PJ Lineham at all. PJ is a Westmead man.
Welcome back to the Agriland Pavilion here, and I'm with a lady that doesn't need any introduction. It's Anna May McHugh, who this year is celebrating 50 years as MD of the National Ploughing Association. Anna May, is it not time for a rest?
No, I don't rest. I'm passionate about the ploughing, and that's why I love working with it. Time doesn't matter. If it means working late, I will do it, or if it means getting up very early in the morning, I will do it. Because I have grown along with the ploughing, and I have witnessed it growing, and we added so many different competitions to it, like the fashion show, the bread baking, the hunt chase, the pony games, the livestock. We have added all that to make it an event for all members of the family, and we have a playground for the children, and we have a carnival event. So all them add to all members of the family. And then we have the Government of Ireland here, and they have all their different departments. But in addition to that, we have Enterprise Ireland, who has been now celebrating 10 years with the National Ploughing. And Enterprise Ireland have 10 countries, including Sweden, Australia, New Zealand, Finland, Denmark, Germany, just to mention a few. And it was interesting yesterday evening when I was in the Enterprise office that I met the Chinese delegation of 5, and one of the men there was telling me that he has a herd of cows of 12,000 cows.
Wow.
So he's looking at dairy equipment here. We have a lot of dairy equipment on exhibit. I think everything that's needed for the dairy sector is here at the ploughing today and tomorrow and the next day.
So you're 70 years with the association, isn't that right, this year?
Yeah, almost.
Why do you think it's still such a big day in the calendar for farm families to come to the National Ploughing Championships?
Well, they make it their annual holiday, and no sooner is the event over this year when people will be saying, where is your venue for next year? What are the dates? I know that we're clashing with Listowel races, but Listowel is clashing with us. Yeah. And we always give Listowel our long before the events, we always give them our dates. Our dates don't change. It's Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, the third week of September. It's going to remain that way, because we would find if you had a late harvest, and there were late harvests this year, that the land that we work on would not be ready. Like I had a few ladies in last year, and they said, why in the name of God do you not have this in the summertime? But they didn't realise the land has to be ready for the competitors.
And that is a really important element, isn't it? Still, even though it's got so much bigger, as you said, ploughing is still at the heart of the championship.
Ploughing is very much the heart of it, because in every county in Ireland, and even for Northern Ireland too, we have competitors. There's over about 353 competitors taking part in all the various classes. And what I'm particularly pleased about this year is we have novice competitions for the boys and girls under, well, they're 16 and 17. Once they get their licence to drive, it's fine, and they'll get into the ploughing. But we have to encourage the youth, because they're the people that we're going to depend on. And let me say there, while I'm speaking about the youth, it's absolutely, to me, remarkable today that there are so many young people here in attendance. And President O'Higgins, he referred to that in his speech.
And we've seen a lot of them out and about, haven't we? We've a lot of schools here today. We've a lot of different kind of schools from all over the country.
Oh yes, we've a lot of colleges. They're from all over. And the one place they want to go to, they want to see the livestock first, and then they're off to see the other, the innovation arena, which is very interesting. The Laois County Council are here, and they're promoting everything that you can buy in Laois. And we have the county enterprise boards here with an entry from every county. And every county in Ireland has an entry in. They qualify from their own respective counties to have an entry in this.
And do you think that's part of the magic of the championships?
Well, I think it is. It's up to us to create an interest for everybody, every member of the family, not just rural people, but urban people. We'd have a big contingent from cities and towns. We had, just in our office the other day, with a man that had driven all the way from County Down because he was a bus driver, and he had tours coming. The Donegal people would leave about 4:30 every morning. They would be coming buses. And that makes the event, and it creates the atmosphere. Because you must have the attendance, no matter what the weather is.
Yeah,
you must have the attendance.
We haven't been so lucky with the first day so far.
Yes, so far.
But maybe the next couple of days are going to be a bit brighter.
Well, it looks a bit brighter, but what I felt about today, there was no cold out. It was actually quite warm and clammy and that. But people seem to enjoy themselves.
And we're expecting the same figures over the next 3 days, aren't we?
Oh, we are, of course. We are, yes. And I think Thursday will be a very big day as well. Thursday is always a day when people are nearly packing up, but I think Thursday is going to be a very big
and this
day.
year, of course, we had the ticket sales online,
yes,
which have made it easier for some people to be
and
able
it's
to
the
book
way we
ahead.
have to go. We're obliged to go that way in the interest of health and safety. And my one wish and the wish of our association would be that everybody that comes here comes and they arrive safely and they arrive home safely. That's, you know, we must adhere strictly to the regulations laid down to us, and that's why we have tickets online.
Yeah.
You know, it would be very sad to hear of an accident either coming or going to the ploughing.
Yeah.
You know.
So you've a lot of ministers, you have a lot of government officials, you have a lot of key organisations, all the farming organisations, and you're the woman that brings it all together. How does that feel?
Well, yeah, and we had 7 ambassadors as well today, but it feels wonderful that, and that was said there by the President, that you're bringing people together. We claim to be the biggest agricultural outdoor event in Europe, but it brings all classes of people together. And it brings a lot of farming people together too, because they exchange their views and they learn from one another. And they make it their annual holiday. They're hoping that harvest will be over, although it's not over yet now because of the bad weather we had. But they would be hoping that everything would be done at home and they could come and relax for a few days. And they forget their worries for a few days, yes.
And also, it's been a very difficult year for farmers this year. We've had a lot of issues around the weather, and it's been we've got issues around costs of production. So for them coming to the championship, as you say, it's just a break, isn't it?
It's just a break from really work and the reality. It's a break from reality back home. But look, the Government of Ireland have a huge area here. They've all their different departments, and they've been saying all the time, people with queries to ask, they should be in there face to face in the departments today, asking the questions and to get maybe some enlightenment on something that's worrying them back home. Because really, if a farm is not making a profit, how can they survive?
Sure.
You know, and land is very valuable. You know, and it has to produce.
And there has been a bit of a scramble. We've seen that for land this year. I suppose you've seen this around your home area too.
Yeah, we farm at home now, and we can see it. And you know, the cost of production, that's the killer. The cost of producing grain today, with the cost of fertilizers and all of that, is huge. But you have to get the return. The prices have to be better for both beef and grain. And of course, I know that the dairy people were doing very well, but now the milk price has dropped considerably over the last month. Considerably. And it's all right to say you have 100 cows or 150 cows, but they have to be fed for 5 and 6 months over the winter period, and the cost of feed is very high.
So you're actually giving farmers an opportunity to say directly to policymakers and to government what's impacting on them.
Oh yes, and they have the farming people have an opportunity today, and I'm no doubt that IFA will be heard over and over again. And I know that there have been at meetings and conferences and everything with the Minister McConaughey, and they're asking him for can this all be reopened again? But I don't know I don't think that will happen. But at least they can put their problems that they're enduring now on the farmers back home. Yeah. And he had a very difficult brief. Yeah. The Minister for Agriculture always had, and it's very hard to please everybody. Yeah. But at least talk to them. I think it's very important that they get around the table and talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I always say it was lovely to be able to have meetings, the Zoom meetings, but during COVID. But there's nothing like, for me anyway, my vintage, face to face, and you solve your problems, and that's the only way. Sit around the table, discuss them, go out and think, what best can we serve the farmer? Yeah. And mind you, the farmer is the backbone of this country.
Yeah. It's a huge job for you, though. You've been up very early this morning, haven't you? And you just keep going for the 3 days.
I keep going for the 3 days, and then and if I may go to Friday of this week, we have our tractors and ploughs being loaded for the World Ploughing in Latvia, which is the 13th and 14th of October. And our 2 competitors who qualified from last year, John Whelan of Wexford and Eamon Tracy from Carlow, are our 2 competitors. And I will be going out later in a week following that, because I'm a chairperson of the Scrutineers Committee, and I am the Irish board member on the World Board.
Okay. And when you look around today, what do you enjoy most?
I enjoy looking at people that's enjoying themselves, if you like, and I enjoy whatever we have done so far today with the President, and I thought it was wonderful to have President O'Higgins here, because he has had an operation there earlier in the summer, and he had missed some of the football and the hurling All Irelands and the RDS, the show, the horse show. And it was wonderful for him to be here with us today.
Yeah.
And he gave a lovely address. But he has not missed a national ploughing since he was inaugurated as president.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what has changed really, like primarily, what do you see as the biggest changes here?
Well, I see the biggest change is the way that the exhibitors, the way the presenter stands. Now, I know the weather wasn't with us, but you can see stands there that are absolutely lovely. And the amount of effort that they put into a good presentation, you know, and that's important. I remember going back years ago when we had only 25 trade stands.
Okay.
And then it went up that we had cars exhibiting and we had plant coming and a different element of forestry, you know. And, you know, every year there was always something new and an increase in trade stands. When they saw that other people were coming, they felt it worthwhile to be there. And some exhibitors will tell you we can't afford not to come, even though it does cost them quite a bit of money to be here. Yeah.
And do you still enjoy it? Do you still look forward to it every year?
I love it. But I don't sleep for about a week beforehand.
Really?
I don't. And I'm anxious. I'm anxious about everyone. You know, I love to see people enjoying themselves and that everything is comfortable for them. Now, we have a wonderful number of security. We've volunteers from every county. Our association is made up of a director from every county, and then they have parish and county ploughing matches where they qualify to be here. But we have all volunteers from them, and they're here.
And do you have families that come back every year?
Oh yes, we have families coming back. And we have a good few marriages where they met
really? No way, really?
Absolutely.
Are you a matchmaker too, as well as everything else?
But where they met at the ploughing match, and you'll often hear that. So we met somewhere at such a place, at such a ploughing match, yes.
Really?
Yeah, really. And that's true now. And it's lovely to hear that.
Have you ever been at any of those weddings?
No.
Have
But I have been at weddings, a lot of weddings, where their families were getting married and they were associated with the ploughing.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
And tell me, is this the last year that we'll be here on this site?
Now that's a 6 marker now, because I can't say that. We have to clean up this place first and make it presentable for next year, if we're coming next year. But look, we have other sites in mind. Now, whether it will be going there or not, I really
But you
can't
do
say.
tend to move around.
Oh, yes.
It has moved around too, because it's a huge economic boost for the area.
It is. But it is a huge economic, and it's worth 65 million to the economy, really. But when you speak about other sites, it's nice to change around too, you know, because the people in other counties love to have it. They would write in and say, we'd love to have the ploughing. We think we have suitable land and enough of land. Will you come and inspect it and that, you know? And it's nice. Ratheniska is very central, but we have to concentrate on Kildare, Carlow, Kilkenny, Laois, and Tullamore to Offaly. You know, you can't. We'd love to be going to Donegal, because Donegal is a very good. They're a very good ploughing association. They've great members, very strong members. But you know, it's too far for transport. We'd love to be down in Kerry, another great county for sending volunteers. And well, but we have to think of the centre of Ireland for the ploughing. There's no way we can get away from that.
Anna May McHugh, Managing Director of the National Ploughing Association, and without a doubt the National Queen of Ploughing in Ireland. Thank you very much for joining us here in Agriland.
And thank you very much for having Agriland talk to me. So we're delighted to have you here as exhibitors.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.